I'm the world's leading real estate trainer today, and I teach people how to buy and sell houses without using their money or credit all over North America. And because I personally teach my events, I hear the same things over and over everywhere I go, no matter what city I'm in. People are hating more and more of what they do. I'm not in control of my life, and I have to work 70 hours a week, whether I like it or not. To take your life back and build your own business is really what we are here to do.
When it comes to Ron LeGrand, there's nobody else that has had more of an impact on our real estate investing business. Ron himself has invested in more than 3,000 single-family homes himself. So he knows what he's doing. He's been through all the failures and the mistakes to teach us and other students.
Our folks come in, they start wherever they like. I like to teach people how to be a transaction engineer. There's all kinds of ways to make money in real estate. And if you only see one way, then you're walking through the business with blinders on and usually walking over the dollars to get to the dimes. Real estate is a vehicle to generate cash, not to bury cash.
It's amazing, just 2 years ago when I was working a day job at a restaurant and quitting that to go do the real estate full time, I've made more money in one transaction than I ever made in 1 year working at a restaurant.
My goal is to get people out of a job and into freedom by taking control of their own financial destiny. It's all about freeing up your time so you can enjoy life.
Because of Ron LeGrand, we were able to triple our income and go from 6 figures a year to 7 figures a year within that first year of meeting Ron.
From the common objection, I don't have time, I don't have money, it's not for me. Ron's had 18-year-old kids go through this program, make $30,000. It works for anybody.
We have a community, and that's what it is. It's a community. It's a great big family. So we're not going to run you in a seminar and love you and leave you in the morning. We're going to be there when you get out of the seminar, and we expect this relationship to keep going for a lot of years into the future. Once you enter Planet Ron, as I call it, you're in it for life.
Good morning and welcome to Fast Track to Success. And before you Democrats get excited, that says make real estate great again. All right, let's get going here. Beside me, put up Adel there, guys, is Adel Kayati. He is my partner and my acquisitionist, and he is doing all the work on buying houses for me, and I get involved every once in a while to help make a decision, and that's about all I do. Now, we've been at it, holy moly, about 1 year and 3/4 now.
Coming up on 2 years in December or January. Yeah.
But quite a few properties. In fact, I'm going to show you a few of them here throughout my presentation today. And he comes from a restaurant background, and he sure hated to have his family sell those restaurants, didn't he, Adel?
It was a tough decision, but
Sure it was. He had 6 Denny's. I feel for him. I really feel for him. I had 6 restaurants and one at a time.
it's a challenge.
Yeah. All right. The very first thing we're going to do this morning for you folks that are here on time, we congratulate you for being on time, because the truth is most people are not. We're going to give away $100 right now. And what do they got to do, Nick? Just
Type in #cash, and we'll put that up on the screen here.
would you say cash?
Comment.
Just type in cash.
Put the hashtag symbol in front of it, the pound symbol.
I'm gonna give you
Cash.
a couple minutes to do that. This is a reward for being on early. So somebody's going to be $100 richer already today. All right. And in fact, we're going to give away $500 today, spread out throughout the day. And we're talking about cash here now. Okay. Spread out throughout the day. And one or two at the end of the day, which is scheduled to be about 3 o'clock or so. So I've never done this 4-hour presentation before, so I don't know whether we're going to be on time or not, but I have no reason to believe we're not. All right. You holler when you think you got #cash on there enough for us to draw among those. All right. Nick, while you're at it, you want to tell them how to handle questions here during this event?
Yeah, I can do that. So if you have questions, most of you are watching on a platform, our event platform called Ring Central. You have to be watching on Ring Central in order to ask your questions. If you're watching on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or any of those, then you need to register for this event. It's a free event. There's a link to register, probably in the description for this video, or maybe in the comment section there. You'll see a link to register. So just register there, and you'll instantly get a link to join us on Ring Central, and then you can ask questions and participate in the drawings and all of that stuff. So,
All right. So try to do that if you can. If you can't, you just won't get to ask questions. And by the way, here's the rules on asking questions. One, it has to be a question that a normal human could understand. Okay. And we get a lot of them that we can't understand.
would you consider yourself a normal human, Ron?
What's that?
Would you consider yourself a normal human?
Normal. Well, no, I don't want to be normal. But anyway, I do want to understand the question. And so what you should do is write out the question on your own and then ask yourself, if you were the one looking at this question, providing the answer, could you understand what the heck you're talking about? Because if you don't, we're just going to have to say, please resubmit that and clarify it because we don't get it. And try to keep your questions on subjects that I've covered. I want your questions. I expect to get a lot of your questions, and that's fine. That brings up stuff that I'm not going to get in my scheduled training. Always does. But I'll ask for them probably at least. In fact, I'm going to ask for them throughout. I'll stop and we'll take a question break, and then I got some breaks built in to today where we're going to do the same thing. So I'm giving away $500 today, 5 $100 bills. So that should determine whether you need to go buy some lottery tickets tonight. Because if you don't win one of those, your luck sucks. All right. Nick, you want to introduce your team back there right away?
Sure. So I'm Nick. I handle all the marketing here at Global Publishing. So I'm responsible for all the email messages you get, along with Debbie back there, who you can kind of see right there. She's way back there. John is our IT guy. He handles all of our database management. And then on the side here, I guess John and I have figured out how to stream events. Oh, and there's Luke too. You probably see Luke on a lot of the Ask Ron weekly and in the social media messages. He handles all of our social media.
So it's not just me sitting here doing this by myself. It takes a village. All right, here's the agenda for today and tomorrow. Today, I'm going to be talking about how to buy and sell or buy and keep real estate in all price ranges, show you some examples of what we're doing without using your money, without using your credit. And for those of you that might think that that's just not possible, you watch today and you'll see that it is possible. And I don't blame you for being skeptical. You should. If you've never been in this business before, you should be skeptical about everything you hear. But look, I've been at it for 42 years now, and I'm still doing it, so that ought to tell you something. All right. In fact, I'll show you a couple of researches that Adela and I have done. So the agenda today is going to be all about that, right up through the end of the day, which I expect to be around 3 o'clock. And again, we're going to be doing drawings throughout the day for $100 bills. And I'm telling you right now, a couple of them are at the end of the day around 3 o'clock. So hang around. So tomorrow we start at 11 and we're going to end no later than 3. In fact, Adel is going to spend the morning, at least a couple hours, going over, you want to put him up on the screen? He has become very good at our new Dreams Pro AI system that we have installed recently that is changing the way we do business and probably will change the way you do business, because it does so much that you need done that you don't need a human to do for you. And I'll get into that a little later today, but it's almost a must that you have this in your system, including it comes with a CRM and then all the other things it'll do for you. And I made the statement many times now that it could be the only thing you ever need to find sellers, to find motivated sellers. So he's going to demonstrate that for you tomorrow. And we are, when he demonstrates that, one of the things it'll do for you is pull mailing lists of extremely motivated sellers based on what category they're in, whether they're in foreclosure or whether it's an out of town vacant house out-of-town owner, and 12, 13 other lists to get to choose from. And you're going to do that sitting at your desk, and then you can punch a button and it'll do mailing for you. You don't have to touch anything, and it'll do system 6 different hits if you set it up to do that. And it's really going to save you a lot of money, because you'll no longer have to spend a lot of money doing mass mailings to get a few people to answer it. It's going to narrow them right down to the most likely people that need your help right away. So you do small mailings, and again, you punch a button and you don't have to touch it. In fact, company will actually put something in the mail for you cheaper than you can buy a postage stamp. And that's true. So big addition to our program here to try to help you get where you want to go faster. So he's going to do that tomorrow morning. I don't even know how long it's going to take, because we're going to have you to participate in that. In fact, one of the things it'll do for you is pull up your comps. We're going to do that tomorrow, and we're going to use 1 or 2 of your houses to do it on. All right. And same thing, we're going to use one of you 2. You're going to volunteer, and we're going to create a mailing list for you in your city using the parameters that we'll show you when we get to demonstrating that tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow. In fact, if you don't get excited after tomorrow morning, you need to take a pill. or I'll go back and get some more sleep or whatever. And then tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to show you another huge part of our system, which is our new, which Dreams Pro AI is part of, and show you how you can get some help from our VAs. And tomorrow we're going to give away another $500, $100 at a time throughout the day. So we got some exciting stuff coming up for you. And also, I want you to get right now, before we get well into this, tell everyone you know where you're at right now. Let them know how to get in. Give them a chance to get the same information you're getting absolutely free. That is if you like them. If you don't like them, don't send them notice, you know. I'll podcast. If you're watching and you're not on my podcast, I'll write this down. It's at, the podcast is thementorpodcast.com, thementorpodcast.com. It's free. Get on there, register, and then there's a whole archive database of podcasts that I've done in the past, and some of them are very, very, very important with some very good people on different subjects. Look, I'm not Joe Rogan, but I think you're going to find these podcasts very interesting. Also, at realronlegrand.com on Instagram, and then I'm on TikTok. I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. And I'm all over the place. I'm not hard to find. Our website here is ronlegrand.com. Can you remember that one? ronlegrand.com, correct. A whole bunch of free stuff on that as well. So we got a lot to discuss. I got enough videos on YouTube to keep you watching until you're way past Social Security age. So get on, let everybody know where you're at right now. Do them a favor, if you will. All right, that takes care of the agenda. You want to turn the screen over to me now, John?
You ready to draw?
All right. Oh, yeah, forgot the drawing. Yeah, let's do that first.
All right. You ready or done?
All right, drum roll. Let's see who's lucky this morning. I always hate it when that next to the last name comes up. He or she thinks he won. Bruce Baker.
Hey.
You know him?
It's a student of mine.
He
He
is.
just started, actually. Yeah.
Okay, Bruce, that means you're in the mentoring program and you got Al. Boy, that's
Yeah.
lucky. All right, what do you want him to do, Nick?
If you won, we're going to have several of these throughout. So if you're any of our winners and you want to call 800-567-6128, we'll pop that number up here for you and we'll put it in the comments.
And guys, remember this, you only got 10 minutes. You don't call within 10 minutes, your prize is going to somebody else. So pick up the phone, because I want to know you're on here. I'm giving this away this early just to reward you folks for actually getting here on time.
And you know what? He asked me on our call yesterday, do you think I should show up to Thursday and Friday training? I said, of course you should show up. And he's coming to commercial and he's coming to quick start in this month. So
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. More to come. More to come. And I bet you want me to tell you what time we're going to do the drawings, don't you? The answer is no. I'm going to do them at random. All right. Lucky day, Bruce. Okay. give me the screen and let me get to work here. Before I do that, Al, you want to tell them a little bit about your background and kind of what you do right now?
Yeah, like Ron had mentioned earlier, I was in the restaurant business most of my life. Back in 2021, I decided to, came across this guy named Ron LeGrand at a Jack's RIA meeting. And I said, well, let me figure out how you can buy this real estate with no money, like he says. And so I came to the boot camp and went through the mentor program as well. Started doing deals, was putting out bandit signs, you know, the business cards, the shaking hands, the door knocking, all that stuff. And I was lucky enough to get into the mastermind group here locally that we held, the what was the Home Buyers Society Mastermind Club.
Yeah.
Did a few deals with Ron during that time, and I was lucky enough for him to ask me if I wanted to come on and be his partner acquisitionist, and I said, hell yes.
Your credit, you did 7 wholesale deals before I met you.
Correct, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. You didn't know how to spell terms.
I did not.
Met you. And you sucked on the telephone.
I did. It took me a while to. I mean, I knew the script, but you know, explaining terms and overcoming the objections, it's a process. You just got to keep going at it and keep practicing.
Yeah, it ain't that hard, but if you don't practice doing it right, you're never going to get it right. And that's two biggest ingredients in this business, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean this. And I hope you're taking notes today, and I hope you're going to take some screenshots. If I were you, I'd turn your phone on silent, turn it upside down so you can't even see it light up. Look where mine is. See, it's right here. Look at this. I'm gonna put it on your upside down. I don't even want to see it light up. In fact, I think I turned the dinger off. Let me check that while I'm at it. Yes, I did. All right. It can wait till break. And if mine can wait till break, so can yours. Plus, I hope you're in a room where you're not going to get disturbed every few minutes. Watching this. This could be a turning point in your entire life. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to come get the real training and also to get some help today, mentoring help. Adel happens to be one of our mentors as well now. So you got into this, and now you tell them the truth now. Okay, you're making up anything here. About how many hours a week you spend in real estate?
We'll say 10, right?
We'll say 10.
10, 15.
So that means you actually spend 5, right?
Well, it's hard to distinguish, right? Because I'm mentoring, so it's kind of an all-day thing for me. But actually making calls and following up and making sure the marketing's right. I mean, this doesn't take that much time, honestly.
10 hours?
I do think 10 hours is actually probably pretty accurate.
Is that 10 hours working or 8 hours working and 2 hours thinking?
Combination there, yeah.
Right. Okay. You are going to see why it does not suck up a lot of your time to make a lot of money in real estate. It can really suck all your time up. And all of us, most of us starting, when we learned this the same way. I used to spend all day driving around looking at ugly houses. When I look back, how stupid is that? You're going to see 5 houses that he and I did where we netted $147,000 in less than 2 months on 5 wholesale junkers we never owned. Just sold the contract. So this is reality. And by the way, when you started, you didn't believe that you could actually buy real estate with no money, did you?
I never thought it was possible. The reason that stopped me from getting into real estate originally was because people put that in your mind, right? Well, you can't get into real estate because you need money, you need credit, you need all this stuff. I thought it was a secret fraternity. How the hell do you do real estate? Until I came to your boot camp, honestly, and it opened my eye to say, wow, I can just send a letter. I can just put a sign out. Oh, okay, I get it.
So it's a cult, huh?
Yeah, I thought so for a long time. Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys, give me the screen and let's get going here because this is what we're going to talk about today. And I really hope you pay close attention today because I've not done what I'm doing today before on the time slot that I'm doing it. And some stuff I had to pull out because my normal presentation was way longer than this. But pay real close attention and take copious notes. And what I do is I have one list that says to do at the top. As I know I've got something to do, I put it on that list. And when I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the information, I put it on another list so I can review it when I get back home. Normally, I go to quite a few seminars myself throughout the year, not on real estate per se, but on several different other subjects. So I've been a seminar junkie all my life. On the other hand, I'm one that actually put it into action. Unlike what most do, they go and learn, go home, go back to work, and nothing ever happens. Again, there's 2 key ingredients. I can tell you that right now. Number 1 is generating leads. We're going to crack that nut for you tomorrow. And number 2 is mastering the closing call. I'll briefly discuss with you today, all of which, of course, I teach if I can convince you to come spend 4 days with me getting the basic training that you need to be a real estate investor. Some people will barely spell real estate. Some people have been in it for a while, but not really where they want to go. So we're here to help you, and we will. And I've helped thousands before you got here today. Why real estate? Because you can start immediately, without money, absolutely without credit, or partners, and very little risk. I'm an old guy that abhors risk, and when I teach you how to build your business, it's going to be with very little or no risk. And here's another good thing I like about real estate. I've never seen a business where I could have such a minute, small overhead operating cost and generate such large transaction value checks. And I mean, I'm telling you, I've had 6 restaurants of my own, and I never could figure out how to sell a steak for 25 grand. I don't work that way. Most businesses make a little bit of money on either every little item they sell, or they're a service business, and they got to put in a lot of their time, usually, to make a fraction of what you can make on one real estate deal. Both inside and outside your tax-free entities, the IRS has given us permission to grow filthy rich and not pay income taxes on it just by using some entities that they set up for us to use. And it's not just your IRA. You're never going to use your credit. In fact, I'm violently against anybody personally guaranteed debt to buy a piece of real estate. That mistake cost me a lot of money, a very lot amount of money. A long time ago, I learned you can make all the money you want without guaranteeing any debt or walking into anybody's bank or giving anybody an application for anything. If a deal you're working on requires you to guarantee debt, kill the deal or change it immediately, because that's the biggest mistake you can make, is guaranteeing debt. No need in our world, contrary to the public's opinion of how you make money in real estate. Part-time business like him, says he works 10 hours a week. One day I'm going to ask him to keep track of everything he does during the week.
Actually, it's probably a good idea for me too.
Then he'll lie and add more stuff to it. I don't want you to quit what you're doing right now. I don't want you to quit a job for sure and kill your income betting on the come. You need to spend a little time learning the ropes and get some checks coming in so you can verify that it's true before you go giving up your income. That just puts undue pressure on you and creates chaos management. Full-time income, but not a full-time job. Even if you don't have a job or you don't have another business, you still should not be spending full-time at this. He's a good example of that. In fact, I'm a better example. I spend almost no time at it. You're about to see why. We're going to cover the best ways and the fastest way for you to make money. I'm going to cover the fastest way, which is wholesaling, and then I'm going to cover the most profitable way, which is terms. And we're going to blend them both together, just as we do. Show you some examples of both. How to build a big residual income. You see, when you're wholesaling and rehabbing, there is no such thing as a residual income. And how to build a retirement quickly, especially using the tax-free entities. And you don't need to go raise a bunch of money. You don't need banks. You don't need large overheads. You don't need employees or other costly entanglements that people think you need. And if you're going to pay cash for a house and buy it and then rehab it, you're going to use private money for that. No banks, no credit apps, period. It's forbidden on Planet Ron. Do you think there's going to be an upcoming recession? Well, let me answer that question for you. First of all, there ain't a person on earth that really knows that, but a lot of people got opinions. So no matter what you hear from talking heads on the television, you take it with a grain of salt. It's just passed on from one talking head to the next. But the reality is, certainly we're going to have a recession. We always do. Look back. We just don't know when the next one is. The truth is, I don't care, because the harder, the worse the market gets, the easier it is for us real estate investors to make money. Sellers are a lot more motivated. Buyers can't go to the bank as much as they could. And in our world, I put people in houses that have poor credit. I don't want them going to the bank. And you'll see why in just a few minutes here. So your job is to make sure there's no recession in your household. And frankly, the easiest way to do that is residual income that comes in every month, whether you get out of bed or not. And you can only do that in the terms business. And then, of course, as much cash as you can get in your bank account will help you sleep better tonight as well, or every night. So I want to talk to you about the whole business today, not just one little technique, and see if you can understand why I call you our clients transaction engineers. We don't want to do a deal for less than $20,000 up front. He has forced a couple on me in the past year that made less than that. And I threw up all the way. But you know, we didn't turn it down, did we?
No, I've never turned down money, right?
No, we took it. And then you're going to see how you can do as many as you want to do, as fast or slow as you want to ramp up. It's up to you. We hang around people that do 250 wholesale houses a year. And then a lot of my folks do 2 houses a year. So it's entirely up to you how far you want to take it. We do maybe 2 a month, would you say, on the average? Maybe 2 a month. So we're not setting the world on fire. And how would your life change if you just had an extra 20 grand a month coming in? Would you think about that a minute? You know, I said an extra now. Okay. You don't give up existing income to go get more income. All right. But you should always be looking for a way to get more income until you get to the point where it doesn't matter anymore. You're fixed for life. Then you can do things like this. You can go to Italy and hold up the Leaning Tower pizza like Beverly and I did. When, you know, as soon as we left, that sucker fell. No, it's still up there. Okay. I've been married to that woman right now next September for 60 years. Oh my God. Yeah. Went by just like that. And you can go, I know you would know what that is. That's the Coliseum. And I was there and I was in awe of that place. I was literally in awe of that place, standing for all of these years. And there's nothing else like it in the world. You know, you're going to go to Italy, you got to visit the Coliseum. And if you're going to go to Alaska, you got to go to the Salmon Falls Resort in Ketchikan, Alaska, that I used to own. Got rid of that just after 2008 when the bottom dropped out. But I started going up there in 1995. Been going up there almost every year since. And as you can see, we don't go up there to fish. We go up there to kill fish every single year. You don't go up there and come home empty-handed. And you can also catch fish like this. That's a halibut. That's the prize fish up there. It's pure white meat. And they get huge. They get absolutely huge. I got a picture of one that weighs 600 pounds, if you can imagine. A little bit about me. If you're just watching, you don't know who I am yet. I'm sure you don't care a whole lot. You're more interested in what we can do for you. But I'm in my 43rd year, actually. And I've done multiple commercial projects. I'm sitting in one of them right now. And with all with students involved. I usually run multiple businesses, have 2 or 3 today, but I don't do much in them, any of them. And I've trained trainers. Most of the people out there right now, they call them gurus, who come through me and learn real estate and then went out and decided they want to be in the training business. And I've been around so long, they call me the Godfather. Some call me Moses. And I've spoken with the biggest and the best there is, including this guy. By the way, I made it a point to look down at his head, and his hair is really growing out of his head. He's not wearing a wig. For those of you who think he is, if you notice him, his hair is getting thinner and thinner and thinner too. Yeah, I got to see that. He must pay a hairstylist every day. He must have that hair laid down like that, because I don't think I've ever seen him with his hair messed up, except maybe when he got shot. Dr. Phil and I paid him 125 grand, come speak for an hour and pretty much not say anything. Same one I did here. That's Gene Simmons. Yes. We love this guy. I mean, he really excited the group, and what a human being he is. I remember he was there at our event, and I went out to past the cafe. He's sitting there all by himself at a table, and nobody's even coming up and talk to him. And I remember when I first met him, he held out his hand and he said, "It's good to meet me, isn't it?" That's the kind of guy. I love that guy. There's my kids today. I should say there's my wife's kids. That's Goldie and Ruby, golden retrievers. And boy, do they get treated well at my house. But that's not how I got started. You know, everybody's got a starting point. Everybody's got a turning point in their life when they just got to make a decision that they're going to change things. And trust me when I tell you, if you don't decide you're going to change, then nothing's going to change. I'm going to give you that opportunity today and tomorrow. I'm going to leave it up to you, and that's the best that I can do. I started in 1982 and was running a service station, working my ass off, not making very much money. Couldn't buy much anything we wanted. I couldn't even buy my wife a washing machine, and she needed a new one. And that triggered some ill feelings, and I just made up my mind right then and there. I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. I started looking around the next day. No idea what I was looking for. But then real estate came around, and I went to a seminar, then I went to another seminar, and 3 weeks later, I had my first check for $3,000, check that I will never forget. So I want to talk to you today about the easiest money in real estate, but also where the wealth is, because you can do them both simultaneously. This is a lesson that took me a lot of years to learn. The less I do, the more I make. Today, I'm a master at it because I do very little. And I want you to get to the same place. In fact, you can get my book off of Amazon, and I'm not sure we even have any in stock here. Do you know if we have any of these in stock, Nick? I don't know.
Yeah, we have some.
We do? Okay, you can order it here. What do we charge for it?
We actually don't sell it on our website. You can buy them on Amazon.
Yeah, go to Amazon and get it. You have it the next day just as well. The less I do, the more I make. People don't understand that in the beginning, but quickly they figure out that the more hours you put into your business, the less money you'll make. The more hours you spend on your business, delegating everything, the more money you'll make. And that's what that book is all about. And I compare 3 businesses. All business needs to get systemized and learn to delegate. Then you can have time to do things like this. These are my classic cars that I play around with. I sold some of them, still have one of those. There's my pet right there. That's a 67 Lincoln Continental convertible that we restored it ourselves. It's kind of Kennedy got shot in. That's my favorite car right there. That's the longest car ever made. And when you get in, you see, why is it long? All right. So your job is make decisions, not do all the grunt work. We got VAs that'll do all the grunt work for you. And you're going to, it's not hard for you to find people that'll do whatever else that you need done. When you're ready, then you're going to go get yourself an acquisitionist, and that'll put you in a position to where you don't have to do anything except concentrate on growing your business and make a few decisions. And I'm here to tell you, you can even delegate that, making decisions. I have most of it. Several ways to make money in real estate. I teach them all, and I do them all, or I've done them all. But first, we got to change your thinking. I change your thinking about real estate because all the stuff that you've got crammed up here that you think is real is mostly just not real, it's junk. Back in this business a year, you'll laugh at yourself for everything you thought when you began. Did that happen to you?
You did.
Huh?
Yeah. I look back now and laugh at the things I was doing. Like, what the hell was I thinking?
The things you were worried about.
Yes.
What's going to go wrong? Listen to me. If you put yourself in a position to where you can't lose, it is very hard to lose. But you'll keep working on ways, won't you? I know that's human. And the more you learn, the less you care about all the risk all these things that you think can happen. There's not a problem that you'll ever come across in real estate that you can't fix, and thousands have done it before you got here. You're not the first. So I'm not only going to show you how to systemize your business, we're going to talk about removing the risk along the way. There's always a little bit of risk, but I mean a very little bit. You measure in hundreds, not tens of thousands of dollars. 2 fastest ways to make money are wholesaling houses, and I love wholesaling, and we do wholesaling. You should do wholesaling. Upside, quick, easy money, no money needed, as I'll show you here in a little bit. And downside, of course, there's no revenue after you get a check, and you're going to pay maximum capital gains of whatever tax bracket you're in. Good upside is you can do an awful lot of these simultaneously and pick up some nice checks very quickly. And there's nothing wrong with nice checks, even if Uncle Sam's going to take their share out of it. Now, deposits and down payments on pretty houses. We buy houses with owner financing or take over debt, and we put lease option tenant buyers in them, get a big non-refundable deposit. I'll demonstrate to you here in just a few minutes. And then the golden goose just keeps on generating revenue for years, and I'll prove that to you as well. Wholesaling is fast. Once you learn a few tricks, frankly, a 6th grader could wholesale a house because most of the time you don't even take title to them. You have no closing costs because you didn't buy it. You just assigned your contract on them houses, and you got the check for whatever you marked it up. That's the way it's working all around the country, ladies and gentlemen. Thousands of those are going on every single week, whether you're aware of them or not. Many of them where you live. In other words, we find a bargain and we flip it to a rehabber that wants to rehab it, and then put a qualified buyer in there and get them a loan and all of that. I've done over 1,000 of those. We got one left out there right now, right? That we rehab.
Yep.
Well,
there's 2. We're still at one in Middleburg trying to wholesale right now.
But I said rehab.
Oh, rehab. Yeah, Castle. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll sell. We'll get a check. and I'll match it against my other deductions and hopefully get Uncle Sam off my back. Besides, I want to get you in a higher tax bracket. Right now, that's 37%. Because I can't support this government all by myself. I'm going to need your help. Now, here's some examples. These are real houses, real deals right here in Jacksonville, Florida, where we live. Adelo did these. So if you're looking at that picture, you're probably not impressed with that house. I certainly hope it's not your dream home, because if it is, we need to up your standards some. But the house, the after repaired value was $175,000, and the purchase price was $48,000. Where'd that deal come from anyway?
It was a probate letter.
A letter.
Yeah.
To probate.
Yeah.
In fact, the lady, is that the one the lady lived in for 11? No,
that's
the
different.
next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the repairs, we estimated 50 grand. Never intended to do any repairs, but you need to know approximately what they cost, or you won't know what to sell the house for or what to buy it for. We sold it for 85 grand. As is, where is, didn't touch it. And the maximum allowable offer, if you guys know what that is, that have been trained by me, was 72.5, and we bought it for 48. So I guess we bought it well below Mayo, didn't we? And we netted 37,000 on it. Now, we had to put up a huge deposit on it, $10, and the thing sold in 9 days after we put it under contract. Now, I want you to take a look at that. All of you folks that think you need credit, think you need money. We did put up $10, so I guess we can't say we didn't need any money, can we?
Yep. Can't say zero.
Now, we didn't buy the house, so there's no closing costs. There's no down payment. There's none of that junk. We got it under contract to buy it. He put it out on the market, go get it, and told him we needed, did you start at 85? Or
I think we're at 89.
89?
The original at.
And they got it all the way down to 85 grand. And literally 9 days later, we had the check. Now think about it. How much money we put up? $10. How much credit we use? Zero. How much closing cost? Zero. We simply assigned the contract to a person who wants to rehab it. And the country is full of them. I've never seen so many people out there right now that want to buy and rehab houses. Now, here's the reality of this. We'd have made a little bit more money if we'd have bought it and rehabbed it. We'd have got paid 6 months later.
Yep.
We had all kinds of things we couldn't control in the process. And we made a choice. Let's see, do we want $37,000 now, or we want to go for maybe $55,000 and take all those risks and raise the capital to buy it and rehab it? He chose 37.
Easy decision.
Largely because he wanted to get a check. You see, he wouldn't have got any check if we'd rehabbed it until we actually sold it. And look, I don't have anything against rehabs, believe me, but my standards have changed since I started rehabbing houses back in the 80s. You know, I want to net at least 50 grand on a rehab, or I just don't want to mess with it, to be honest with you, because we can net almost as much selling these houses to these greater fools out there that'll pay too much for them with wholesaling. Take advantage of the market. Market changes, we change with it. Here's another one. Look at the net profit on that one, folks. That's the one that the lady died 11 years ago. And you could tell when you went into the house. Let me show you what the inside looks like. Now, isn't that gorgeous? When you walk into a house like that, your heart should beat boom, 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 because you're going to buy that house. Make this note. The uglier the house, the less it costs. And the repairs on that house are going to be almost the same, whether it's been cleaned out or not cleaned out, if we were going to renovate it. So back to that house. That one's worth about $230 fixed. We paid $60 for it. Where did we get that from?
A letter as well.
A letter?
Yeah,
probate?
Yes,
Well, that's
sir.
right.
Yeah.
That's probate.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys want to make a note of that. Probate list, pretty good list. We figured it need 40, and we sold it for 112 as is, where is, and it took 11 days, and we did put up $10.
Yep.
All right. So that's two. Everybody watching right now can do two. All you got to do is learn how to generate the leads. We're going to cover that for you tomorrow, and learn how to handle the call. Handling that call is pretty easy. What's the least you'll take if we pay cash?
That's about it.
Pretty
Yeah.
tough script, isn't it? And then when they give you an answer, what's the next question? Is that the best you can do? And watch what happens. 7 most important words in the English language concerning negotiating. Is that the best you can do? Guys, we don't make offers. We ask the seller what they want and let them make offers to us. You'll see that in the Pretty House, the term script as well when we get to it. Here's number 3. Look at that. We only netted $27,000 on that house. It took us 35 days to get out of it. And you know why we only netted 27? Because he paid too much. That's why. Bought that one on an auction, foreclosure auction, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and he paid too much. We still made 27 grand on it. And we even had to have to hire a realtor to sell the house because we knew we were offering too much. And the realtor sold it to an owner occupant, didn't he?
Yep. Yep.
And I had, not a normal deal, frankly, but $27,000 richer. I never seen this house in my life. Did we buy that out
That was on the auction as well. Yeah.
foreclosure auction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Look at that. Look at that pathetic net on that house. I mean, I'm ashamed of that. I shouldn't even be showing you that. And by the way, that's incorrect. We actually bought that one. That means I bought the house first, didn't I?
Yes.
That was
yeah.
more than a $10 deposit.
Yeah.
I don't like that deal, but we voted to take the money. There's one even worse. The worst house we've done right there. 13.5. I'm definitely ashamed of that one.
Well,
It was in a war zone.
yeah.
Agreed to pay 41.5. We did not buy that when we flipped it and had it 13.5. Anyway, just those 5 houses alone. And we've done plenty, but these are the 5 I got slides built on. Okay. Look at that, $147,000. And it happened all over a 2-month period, in and out. And, they bought at different times during the month. So ask yourself, if we can get 147 grand in 2 months on 5 houses, most of which we didn't even take title to, how does that compare to what you're doing for a living right now? I'll let you think about that one for a while. I have no problem with rehabbing the house. In fact, I teach it. I teach it during my boot camp. We have a whole 3-day event teaching nothing but rehabbing. But I got to tell you, in today's world, you got to have a big spread to make any money. There ain't a day goes by I couldn't buy a house and rehab it and net at least $20,000. Not a day. They come across my phone on the MLS, and I turn them down right and left. Remember, I need a minimum of $50,000 net. And my friends, you better learn what the word net means if you're going to go renovate houses. And you ain't going to learn about the TV reality shows, because they don't show you all the costs between buying it and getting it sold. They just show you repair costs and what they paid for it. And the rest is not profit. Right now, I want $100,000 spread by taking the RFA after repair value, which I'm going to look up for you tomorrow, subtracting repair cost and subtracting the purchase price. I want $100,000 spread above that. Because if I don't have that, there's a very good chance I'm not even going to come close to netting 50 grand. But then again, that's my standards. Trust me, I've done an awful lot of rehabs. I didn't net anywhere $50,000. So you're going to set your own standards. And I don't have any problem with you renovating a house, but I got to tell you, that's probably not the best way for you to start in this business, because it very well could be the end of your business as well, if you don't know how to handle all the things that can come up and estimate repairs correctly and handle contractors correctly. And how you're going to sell a house. And every month that goes by, the costs go up and up and up and up. I think rehabbing should come after you do a few wholesale deals, in my opinion. Most profitable way to get your, and a quick way, is the big down payments on pretty houses. And so you not only get a big check up front, measured in thousands, but you also get all the other benefits of it, which I'm going to give you a list here in a minute. So get ready to take out your camera and take pictures of these screens. Call it the modern day money machine. Of course, we do both. Fastest way to get a check without using your money or credit and build wealth simultaneously. Remember, underline the build wealth part. Wholesaling is faster to get a check, usually, than a pretty house terms deal. But it doesn't have all the back end benefits. We get the money from a non-refundable option deposit. And I'm not going to take less than 5% down on a non-refundable option deposit. In fact, we got a house today. We bought a couple of weeks ago for $440. Well, I'll show it to you when you get to it. We just got offered a $25,000 deposit on a $525,000 house. And I'm trying to decide if I want to lessen myself to that level. Although that is 5%, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because I know darn well that house will get 50 if we just be patient. We're never going to apply for credit. And I don't care if you, I know from experience, you have to hear that about 7 times for it to sink in. But believe me, guaranteeing debt is the worst mistake you can make in real estate. Just take it from the old guy. You can buy all you want without guaranteeing debt. Why on earth would you want to guarantee debt? If that kills the deal, then go get another one. Just remember that debt's going to last a long, long, long time unless you sell it and cash out of it. And it ain't worth it. Too many houses out there. So the key is terms. No terms, no deal. There's 3 kinds of terms, and there's only 3 kinds of terms. Nick, could you get it a little cooler in here, please? I can lease it with an option to buy from the seller. I can buy it with owner financing from the seller, which is the way we just bought one. Or I can get the seller just to deed it to me and go away, leaving the loan in their name. That's called buying the house subject to the underlying loan. A word you hear a lot. Going all across America. And if I buy it with owner financing, I usually wind up paying some closing costs. If I get the deed subject to, I'm almost always paying some closing costs. If I lease purchase it, I don't pay any cost because I'm not buying it now. I'm leasing it long enough to put a tenant buyer in it. And when they cash out, I'm going to let them and the seller split the closing cost. So there's a place for all 3 of these. I usually buy with number 2, owner financing. The real money is in all these benefits. Take a look. Got monthly cash flow. In fact, on that house, we're paying about $2,500 out, and we're getting, if we take her, we can get $3,500 back. Right?
3,400, yes, sir.
3,500. You said you went to.
Oh, I thought she said 34, but I'm sure she could do 35 as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, you know what that means? That means that every month that goes by, I'll net $1,000 positive cash flow on that house. Plus, I get debt pay down. Plus, I get appreciation. And boy, that's been kind to us in the last couple of years. And then I get depreciation. I always love anything that'll reduce my taxes. And then a lot of my tenant buyers move out and never buy, and they forfeit their deposit when they do, and I go out and get another one. And then early equity payoff. When they do cash out, I get another big chunk of cash. In other words, this is where the wealth is, in addition to the cash flow. I don't have to give up the big checks in order to get all these goodies. Money now, money monthly, money later, all on the same house. And there you got residual income. We call them the golden geese because they just keep on laying the golden eggs. Unlike wholesaling and retailing where the poor goose has got to die. Some geese got to die. It's just that simple. But I want you to keep as many of them as you can alive. You're going to find out here in just a few minutes what I mean. Very little of your time is required. Truthfully, our virtual assistants are going to do most of the work for you. They're not going to go out and look at the house for you, but they're going to do all that grunt work that I don't want you doing. And we've got some outside companies, in other words, you should never be taking inbound calls from sellers or buyers. We got a company called Pat Live to do that for you for 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day with English speaking folks. And takes all that load of those phone calls off of you until you're ready to call the seller and do what we call a closing call. And any other, you're going to need somebody to do things for you, like put lock boxes on houses, make sure the lawn gets mowed. That's a phone call too. There's really not much for you to do except focus on getting it bought and then focus on putting the systems in place to get it sold or keep them if you want. By the way, when I put a lease option tenant buyer in the house, am I selling the house? No, I'm just renting the house. I'm not selling it. Therefore, I keep getting all those benefits. In a minute, you're going to see just how powerful that is. All starts with a property information sheet. Nick, are you getting it any cooler in here? I'm going to have to take off my shirt here pretty soon. No, I wouldn't do that to you. This is what we call a PI sheet, property information sheet. This is what your virtual assistants will fill out for you. And then this comes to you, and then you pick up the phone and make a quick closing call. And I'm going to give you the script here in a few minutes. Grunt work filling these out. Takes time. Takes constant trying to get them to pick up the telephone. But without it, you don't have a business. So every house that comes at you, pretty or ugly, you're going to capture the information and then make a call. And on that call, you'll quickly determine whether we're in or out, or whether we need to make an appointment to see the house. You ain't going to spend an hour a week making calls on these because it don't take that long, because most of them are not going to be deals. So let's get that into your head right now, if you will. You're going to have to talk to sellers, quite a few of them, before you're going to get one you can do business with. And make a note right now. Write this down. Most sellers are worthless. In other words, to you, because you're not going to do business with them, because they want retail price and they want all cash. Imagine that. You know exactly what you're going to want when you actually get ready to sell. I just can't do business with them. I'm not mad at them, but I got to go through a bunch of those to get to the ones we can, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we do. Yep. Like you do in any business. Here at Global Publishing, we have to go through a lot of folks who say they want to do something to get to the ones who really want to do something. Like that in every single business out there, no matter what the product or service is. It's certainly like that in the restaurant business. A fraction of the people that come into your life you're going to do business with. And that really has nothing to do with real estate. That's just business. I want you to look and be there. This is what the virtual assistant is going to ask the seller when they get them on the phone. And basically it says, listen, we can buy for all cash, or we can buy by making your payments until sometime in the future. Obviously, the all cash deal is going to be a lot lower than the terms deals. So do you want to hear about other options other than all cash? And if they check yes, that opens the door for you to explain to them what terms is all about by reading my script. If they say no, then you still read the first paragraph of my script and determine whether they really mean no. We get as many deals from the no's as we get from the yeses, don't we?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Please do not assume that because it's a no that they're not interested in selling it. It's not true. Every single time we do a 4-day boot camp like we're doing here this month, every time people bring in leads of just people who advertise their house online. Those are very low quality leads, and yet that's what they bring because they haven't been trained on getting leads yet. And we get deals every single time out of those. Yep, got to call more of them than we do when we call qualified list, which he's going to take time to show you how to get for, well, just for mailing costs tomorrow. Quality list, you'll make a lot less calls, you get a lot more deals. But the quantity list, they're still worth calling because you're not going to spend 60 seconds on the phone to disqualify them with a simple script that I've created for you that's working all over this country. They'll call your leads to fill out the PI sheet, but they're not going to ask the questions you need to ask to get to find out the seller's interested in moving forward or not. There's two types of houses. There's free and clear houses, and there's houses with debt on them. And about a third of the country is free and clear, believe it or not. We buy those too. But most of them we buy have a debt already on them. And I'm going to show you one of those right now. This is a house that I still own today. In fact, I bought it in 2014. So you're about to see what that did for me. I bought it by taking over the $351,000 debt that had a $1,925 payment on it, principal and interest, taxes, and insurance. The house, the ARV on the house was $385. That's what a realtor had it on the market for. And their listing had just expired when the seller called me. I don't even remember what kind of advertisement we did to get them to call me, but they had to leave in 2 weeks. And they knew they couldn't handle 2 house payments. So they said, right on the PI sheet, it said they will sell for what they owe. That got my attention. And then I realized that thing is right down the street from my home. So I stopped at it on the way home, sat down and had a chat, found out what was going on in their world. And they just wanted to get that debt off their back. Now, look, most people would think that I got to go out and at closing, I got to write them a check for $351,000, which is not true. I didn't write them a check for zero. I gave them exactly what they asked for, nothing except debt relief. I did that by buying the house and agreeing to make their payments. And that was 10 years ago. And every one of them has been made since. Now I own the house. I'm depreciating. I'm getting all those benefits. So what I do with it, I put it on the market and I got a tenant buyer come in with $50,000 non-refundable deposit and give me $2,500 a month. And I always give them 2 years. By the way, They don't pay it. They don't finance the house in 2 years. I don't never boot them out. Stay there as long as they want. Just their option expires at the end of 2 years. I'll even extend that if they want, because the truth is, I hope you get this one. And please don't think ill of me what I'm about to say. The truth is, I'd rather they don't buy, because when they buy, they kill my golden goose. Now, I'm never going to stop someone from buying. It gives me a chunk of money and moves in the house and makes their payments. I feel good for them if they buy, but that means I got to go get another house to replace it with. Folks, I've had houses that I went through 6 tenant buyers on, 6, and still own a couple. So let's do this again. How much money did I need to buy this house? The answer, about $4,000 worth of closing costs. And I was thrilled to pay it. Put it on your visa. Now, it took me about 2 months to get a buyer who had $50,000, like we're doing right now on another house. I know we can get 50 grand out of that house. And by the way, my payments don't start till January the 1st. We bought the house in October. It's just one of the cool things you learn from the old guy, that's all. So I put a tenant buyer in it. They gave me 50 grand. And guess what? 2 years later, they moved. Called me up and said, we're going to move. Shocked me too. I said, no, stay there a while. You don't have to move. I'm not going to boot you out. Yeah, we're going to move. And they did. And then I asked my personal assistant, Tish, to put it back out on the market. And she talked me into letting her rent it. And she's been in it ever since. Okay. And I'm still waiting on my 50 grand too. What do you think my chances of getting that?
0.
Slim to none. Yeah. Well, now how they have to take care of the house, paying it way down since then. And you're about to see those numbers. Now, didn't I just make $50,000 minus 4 for closing costs in less than 2 months? The answer is yes, Ron. But Ron, don't I have to put that 50 grand in an escrow account? You're not a realtor. There is no escrow account. Realtors do. It's not their money. You don't. It is your money. Once you collect that deposit, you can do whatever you want to do with it, because you're never going to give it back. Here's why. If they buy the house, they get credited toward the purchase price. You don't have to bring a check to closing. If they don't buy the house, they're going to forfeit that money, clearly spelled out, signed off on in front of an attorney. It's your money. Do whatever you want with it. And that's where we get the big checks in the pretty house business. One of the mistakes people make is they let people move in without enough money down, and then they're just a problem later. Okay, I teach way against that. By the way, how do you think I learn all this stuff? Yeah, the hard way. You don't have to bring it to closing. It just shows as a credit on a closing statement. Also made $575 a month every month they paid the rent. Now, by the way, let me point out something. When selling, I named the price. Notice it's $395, not $385. I did not name the down payment. I did not name the monthly payment. We asked the buyer what's the most they could put down, just like he asked our current buyer. Same thing yesterday.
Sure.
They first said what?
Originally, she said 15,000.
Yeah.
And I said, well, is that the best you can do? Because the more you put down, the better chance you have to get in the house. She said, well, I probably could talk to my brother and get up to 25,000.
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting closer. So
Yeah. Now, I told him to go get an application on it. I'm not discarding her.
Yeah.
By the way, her credit sucks, right?
It does suck. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, she probably never going to buy
Correct.
the house. So we're going to get an application on her, collect a deposit, hold out for a while, see if somebody comes along with more money. In other words, we're going to let the market speak. All right. And that's what you got to learn to do. You got to have some patience. Let the market speak. You should see this house. It's a $500,000 house in a gorgeous, like new neighborhood, crying out loud, needs no work. And so I know I can get 50 out of it, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. We'll see.
Okay. So in other words, the buyers make us an offer. We don't make them an offer. Imagine that. By the way, who made me the offer on the house to buy it? Seller did. They made me an offer before I even talked to them. Right on their sheet, they'd sell for what they owe, $351. Yep, you can spend it. And cash flow, $575 a month. And when I do get cashed out, I get to keep all the cash out on the back end. You'll see how important that is here in just a second. So how long does it take to get cashed out? Never, I hope. Remember, when you get cashed out, your goose dies. You got no more money coming in. You got no more all them goodies. So I understand that. I'm telling you right now, it's contrary to everything you're taught on the internet about buying houses, because they're all get sold, get it sold, get it sold, get it sold, get it sold, get a check, and then write a check to the IRS. They don't tell you that part. Why kill a golden goose? Now, watch these numbers. In fact, get your camera out, turn it on photos right now, because you're going to want to shoot these. Here's what would have happened if that buyer cashed me out, or here's what I'd have lost if the buyer cashed me out at the end of the 2-year period. Watch this. I purchased it for $351. Today's comps show it's worth $707,000 just because of this hyper appreciation we had recently. People who own real estate in the last 2 or 3 years did very, very well just because they owned it. They let appreciation make them rich. Well, let's move on. That ain't all. Our net cash flow was $62,100 in the time after from they moved in when they moved out. That's just the net cash flow. I saved $80,000 in those 9 years, which is now 10 in taxes, because I got to depreciate the house. Loan balance today started at $351. Now it's down to $260 10 years later. I made $91,000 in debt pay down. So here's the gain. Look at that. $595,000 by doing nothing but collecting rent. No credit, no money, no realtors, no repairs, no banks, no costly entanglements. And that's not even a true number. Somebody tell me why. What did I forget? I forgot the $50,000 I got up front. That house has made me $645,000. I still own the house. The longer you own the house, the more money you will make. And I did not sacrifice any upfront check to get in that position. I got 50 up front. How many people do you think out there renovating houses right now that don't make 50 with all that work and all that time and all that risk? We should be able to open the door and the keys in the console. Then it moved out. Told you that. So when you do sell and you make a profit, you hold it more than a year, and it's at long-term capital gains. And right now that's at 15%. And now the Democrats aren't going to raise it on us. Now these types of deals are 66% of all the houses you sell. Why? Because they got a large debt and a small equity. 351 debt, 385 small equity. And most of it with the realtor, even if they sold the house. Here's one we just bought.
Yes, sir. That's what we're talking about.
Cameron, right?
Yes, sir.
You got the right photo?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Back, we videoed me in the house sitting at the table with the seller getting contracts on it,
Yes, sir.
didn't we?
Yep.
Where's that?
It's on your YouTube channel.
What's it
Yeah.
called? How do they get to?
Just go to the YouTube channel. It's one of the first ones up there. But I don't know what the title, the video is called. I don't know that.
Okay, so you might have to go watch all my videos.
Yeah. You'll see it.
Yeah, beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. And here's the number. The ARV is 525. In fact, I had it appraised because I was a little scared myself. There were so many variables in that neighborhood. She offered to sell it to us for $450. I got it down to $440 and zero down.
Yes, sir.
And she told you that before I even got involved.
Yep.
They had to move to Vegas. My husband was sick, going out there to get treatment or something like that. I can't remember. I know that the payment is, I haven't made any yet, but it's approximately $2,500, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. The condition is excellent, and it cost me $5,100 to pay all the closing costs to buy the house. So we're still on the house, don't have a tenant buyer in it yet. Hope to soon. So what is that going to do for me? I lease option it for $529.9. Minimum deposit is $50, unless that'll talk me into less. And we've already been offered $3,500 for rent, and $25 by one lady. What the key? Okay, keys in it, out to the back, I think. Got it. Okay, good. Thank you. So this is going to be another golden goose. Look how much equity this gal gave me, and she made me the offer. I did not offer her. I tried to get her down a little lower. Didn't work. She was tough.
She was
She was tough.
good negotiator.
Yeah. But she's the one that said, I don't need the money down, and they just need to get out of the house. And they did. In fact, he lived in the house, a week after we bought
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah. My payments start January 1st. So how many of these do you need a week to surpass your current income, do you think? Or a month or whatever? All right, why don't they just get a bank loan? I know I get that question all the time. And the answer is because they can't. Make a note. 70% of the people who want to buy a house cannot qualify for a loan. Now, I pulled this off the internet. 35% get turned down after they apply. Now, I just made up the 70% because I can tell you for sure there's probably more than 35% that don't even apply because they know they won't get qualified. We can fix all of that. Our whole business is buy a house, install tenant buyer, give them plenty of time to fix whatever they broke, credit, whatever it is. 2 years is more than enough time. And if they want more, I'll give them more. I have never put anybody out of a house because their option period expires. I wouldn't do that. They can just stay there and rent it as long as they want to. Every once in a while, somebody actually buys, but not very often. So we buy on terms and we sell on terms and we become the bank. Think about that. You've been a slave to banks all your life, playing by their rules. Now you can become the bank. Don't need a building, don't need employees. Use other people's money to make money. Isn't that what I just showed you? I used the seller's money and one of them, the seller's bank's money, to make money. I live on the spread, just like banks do. Stop paying debt, start creating debt to you. I know you're saying, well, Ron, I'm sure that works for you, but there's no way I can get a $50,000 check from anybody on the house where I live. And you're probably right. Probably the best thing to do is go get a job. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I would not agree.
Would not agree. Okay. Why will people give me $50,000? Because number one, I got a very nice house that ain't in the war zone and that ain't a low income house in this case. Trust me, we get a lot of those. Showed you some of them early. But the higher priced house you're working on, the more money you're going to make because the bigger deposit your buyers will pay. If they want to go and get a bank loan on this house, they need $100,000, 20% down. They don't with me. I'm going to let them in with a lot less than that down. But I'm not going to let them in with a small amount of money and make that big mistake, just making a problem for myself later. So people who are calling because our ads say lease purchase, no banks. That's why they're calling us. And then we just got to worry out the ones that have the money. And most of that is done for you on autopilot. So please don't think that people don't have $50,000 to buy a house just because they're credit bads or whatever. It just ain't so. All right. And you won't find that out till you get out there in the marketplace. The more dollars you walk in, the more stick to you. You can write that down. That's Ron's rule. How many of those monthly income checks do you need where you're out of a job? But Ron, I don't know what to say. I'm scared. Well, can you read? Because if you can read, I got all the scripts for you. All right. This is the script you use to call that seller when they tell you they would listen to other options other than cash. And all the script is not on there. That's about half of it you're looking at. And just read the first and second paragraph. Hi, John, this is Ron calling you about the house you discussed with my assistant yesterday. Is that how you say it, Al?
It is.
Exactly how you say it?
Yeah.
In other words, you're now reading the script.
Yeah.
You should have seen this guy when I first got him. He sucked. He is good. All right. And look at the second paragraph. Basically, I can't read it, but it basically says, well, listen, a lot of people, once they learn how we buy houses and why it's in their best interest, we'll say, yeah, I can live with that or something like that. Usually, sometimes we pay cash. Sometimes we make payments till your house is paid off. Can you actually, when you close your house, do you actually have to have all of your cash, or are you willing to list other options? If they have to have all their cash, you might as well get off the phone because you're done. You're not buying a house on terms. There ain't no sense in trying to push a rope uphill with your nose. So you're only going to move further with the people who want to know what the other options are. And that's explained in that script below. It's things like, look, you don't have to be out of the house when I buy. You don't have to take what you want, leave what you want. Not a problem with us. There's no commissions here. We usually pay all or most of the closing cost, and on and on and on down. And there's several more items on that list. And then at the bottom, it just simply says, does that sound like something you can do? And if they say, well, yeah, then you're going to go right to our appointment script. If they say, no, I got to have all cash, then you're going to put it on your follow-up campaign, and which I've got automated for you as well. That's one of the things Dream Pro will do for you. You don't even know it's doing it. Send an email and even tell you when to send another piece of mail if you want. In fact, it'll send 6 different pieces of mail, whatever sequence you want, if you tell it what to do. All right. Well, this is the most important piece of paper you got, other than the property information sheet itself. Obviously, this is in all of my training and my manuals and so forth. Now, here's the $1 million script. If they give you permission and they want to hear more about what they can do, what you can do, and at the end of that, they say, well, that sounds good. Now you got to get to these 3 questions before you get off the phone, because these 3 questions will make or break your deal, and they'll tell you whether you need to go forward or not. The script I just showed you will determine whether you're going to get these questions or not. They need all cash and they won't talk about anything else. There's no sense in going to this script. Say, well, thank you, and let me know if things change. 3 questions, $3 million questions. And think with me when you read these, who's making whom the offer? Well, John, if we can come to an agreement on the rest of the terms, what is the least you could take? And it says what right after that? What does it say, Adam?
Shut up.
Shut up. Okay. I had to write that in there because I know most people want to get diarrhea of the mouth. Talk. In fact, there's 14 mistakes that people make that I'll hand you. And in fact, we probably won't have time to do any of that tomorrow. But it is part of your training. Then the second question, we usually buy with nothing down, okay? You guys will be shocked at how many sellers will say, okay. They won't say okay if you say, will you sell it with nothing down, please? 2 totally different lines, guys. This script has been proven, and I don't want you changing one word of it and screwing it up. Third question. Well, what if they say, no, I need a down payment? Well, what is the least you could take down? And they're going to give me a number. And then I'm going to say, really, is that the best you can do? And then they're going to give me a number. And then I'm going to say, so you're telling me if I don't give you that, I can't buy your house? Watch what happens when you just get through those 3 lines, right? You're going to be surprised how people will change what they say up front when you give them a chance and they think you're a real buyer. And the third one, it will depend on whether the house is free and clear or whether it's got a loan on it. Now, if it's free and clear, you got to ask what's the least you can take per month. And if it's got a loan on it, I assume you're okay if I make your payments till you're paid off in the future. That's your $1 million script. And that will lead you to your appointment script if you get the answers that you like. And the only 2 important things in this is, John, are you the only owner or do you have another owner? They usually have a spouse. Okay, need to know that. Ain't no sense in me going to that. Well, if I can, I want to get them both there. Because I need both of them sign a contract, and I'd rather explain it to Mary than have John explain it to Mary. And the second question, I don't know why it took me 20 years to figure this out. Second question is, John, if I come out to your house today and we agree on everything, are you ready to sell your house now? Can we get some paperwork done while I'm there? If you don't get a yes to that question, there's no reason for you to go to the house. How many trips do you think I made to people's houses for them to tell me, I just want to come out and see what you would do? Not anymore. I wouldn't leave my desk till I get the right answer. And now you know with a deal, you know you're dealing with a seller that's probably easy to deal with, like Kathy on our last house. She was easy to deal with. She had a big motivation to get out of that house quickly because of her husband. By the way, she's an ex-realtor. She wasn't stupid. Well, I don't know if she's stupid or not, but she wasn't. At least she understood what we were talking about. But Ron, I hate making phone calls. Well, what do you do when you hate to do something? And yet it's got to be done. You hire somebody else to do it for peanuts. I'm sure you know somebody that you can pay, like him, to make the calls from the PI sheets, read my script, and determine whether it's a go or a no-go, and then get that information to you. I'll tell you who I like best is servers in restaurants that really do a good job. And I can tell they like their job. And I can tell they're not afraid of humans. And I feel like they won't cringe when they get on the phone and talk to someone because they've been talking to people all day long. They've been talking to them in a manner which will increase their tips. Okay, that's the way they're trained to do. Take care of the customers. And it's very easy for them to do this. And I'm not asking them to quit their job or anything. I'm just asking them to spend a couple hours a week maximum to make a few phone calls whenever they get to free time to do it. In other words, when we get the PI sheet, we turn it over to them, then they get back to us and tell us the results. And that eliminates you from taking all the front end calls, but you still need to go to the house yourself, at least until you get somebody to replace you. All part of your training. I ain't going to visit 2 or 3 houses to get one contract. I can tell you that right now. He will. But as he gets older, he'll figure that out. It's a long ways from one side of Jacksonville to the other, especially where this house is. This house is way out yonder. And you're a welcome guest. Not an unwanted pest. Seller invited you into their house. Ask you to come. You don't feel like you're interrupting them. They're more afraid of you than you are them anyway. The higher the after repair value, the higher the current market value in excellent condition, the more money you will make. That is absolutely true. And the more deposit you'll get. For example, on $1 million house, I ain't taking less than $100,000 to put anybody in that house on a lease purchase. How much would they need at the bank? $200,000, 20% down. I don't. I can put them in the house and give them all the time they want. Come up with the rest of the money or clean up their credit or whatever. And don't you think for a minute that people looking to buy $1 million house all have great credit. It's just not true. But I can tell you, they all have more money. It is easier to sell a house to people that have more money than it is to sell a lower end houses to people that have to scrimp and scrape. There's a reason they want to buy a lower end house. They don't have the money. More dollars you wallow in, stick to you. Did you write that down? No more work and no more risk. Well, Ron, what do you mean no more risk? Well, I got a nice, beautiful $1 million house in a lovely area. How many people do you think in your city is advertising $1 million houses on a lease purchase, no bank qualifying? You it, baby. you were it. I'm telling you, it's not a matter of getting buyers. It's a matter of taking the one with the most money. You start advertising with lease purchase and no bank qualifying in your ads. By the way, where are you running ads? You told me a while ago. Where are you running ads?
We're running the paid Facebook ads, which is generating some. I put it on Turbo Tenant, which is a free.
Hey, wait a minute. Tomorrow, you're going to teach them how to do Facebook ads?
I don't think so. Not tomorrow. But I can get into a little bit of what we're doing. I don't know if I
See
can
how
show
time
them.
goes.
Yeah.
He has his own Facebook ads. We don't hire somebody to do it for us.
Yep, correct.
Okay. How's it working anyway?
So far, it's been about 10 days. I've gotten 20 leads from Facebook alone.
No kidding.
I've got another 5 or 6 from the Bandit Signs mixed into Turbo Tenant, puts it on Craigslist, puts it on like Credit Karma. There's like 20 different sites Turbo Tenant does for you.
Turbo Tenant.
Turbo Tenant. It's free.
It's free.
Yeah, even if you have it's a lot like apartments.com. You can run take payments through it and things if you have tenant buyers or whatnot. So
you guys better write that down.
Yeah.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
Turbo Tenant.
Turbo Tenant and apartments.com is another place that puts it on several websites as well, which is free. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah.
So what do you guys think is going to happen to you when you put lease purchase, no bank qualifying in your ad all over the website? Huh? And also Facebook Marketplace.
Oh, yeah, Marketplace still up.
Not about finding buyers, about taking the one with the most money, like we're doing exactly right now while we're sitting here. So let me help save 10 years off your learning curve. You like what you hear so far? Okay. May I suggest that you get trained in this before you go out here and spend an awful lot of money and waste a lot of your time learning it the hard way, because most people never make that transition. 4 days. If you spend 4 days with me, I'm going to change the way you look at real estate forever. That I can absolutely promise you. So consider what I'm about to tell you, because you're about to get the best deal that I ever made in my, 1991. I started doing boot camps in 1991. They change every time I do one, especially with these changing times we're in and AI. It's called Quick Start Real Estate School. I teach it. And we do next year, we're going to be two of them virtual, and the rest of them are going to be live in a hotel room. Most of them are going to be in Jacksonville, but one will be in LA and the other one will be, I think, in New Jersey. Guys, I want you to come to the live one, but you get both for the same price. And actually, I'm going to get you the schedule here in just a minute. I'll put up on screen. So take it. John, can you give me, or Nick, can you give me the overhead for a minute? Why do I want you to come to the live boot camp where there's humans in the room? Number one, it's the only place where you can bring your leads, your PI sheets, and we'll teach you how to do that before you come. And then I'll have a team calling them for you, seeing how many deals we can get made while you're listening to me teach. And we've never done boot camp where we didn't get deals for students. Never. You network with the people in the room, build your own network. You come all around the country. And I mean, over years, we built tons of relationships with people who come to events, swap cards, and get together on whatever, Facebook or wherever afterwards, and sometimes even get together to attend some event somewhere, and they all come together. And I had a group of these in Canada once, and they came down and they rented this great big Airbnb, and there's 7 families in that thing. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was going on in there, but I know they've had a lot of fun and learned a lot from the other people. So we call sellers for you. You just bring the leads. And there's deal sessions. All the deals that we get done over the phone, I'll be one of those folks making those calls. He's now gotten pretty darn good on the phone, right? Wished you'd have seen him when he started.
I still have some recordings. Yeah.
In fact, I just asked him to record some of the calls with buyers and
Yeah.
let me take a listen on those. So we go over all the deals in class, and I have your focus, and there's no way I'm going to have your focus sitting in front of a computer for 4 days. I know I couldn't do it, maintain focus. Then, of course, I have culture, meaning I have jokes in the live boot camp. I don't like doing them in the virtual boot camps. I can't hear you laugh. It ain't no fun at all. And plus, we got way more Q&A. You get to ask questions all throughout the 4 days. And I'll go through some other things here in a minute, but that's just comparing the two, guys. You got to get to a live one. Now, again, you get both for the same price. And when I get to the schedule, give it back to me, guys. When I get to the schedule, it'll show you when the next virtuals are as well. I'm going to teach you wholesaling. Don't take long for you to learn that. I'm going to teach you how to take over debt subject to and do owner financing on free and clear houses and houses with mortgages on them. Remember, we don't pay off the mortgage. We take over their payments. The loan still stays in their name, and we don't turn in an application to anybody. We're not guaranteeing any debt. I don't buy houses where I have to guarantee debt. How to find the deals in a hot market. We're going to start that tomorrow right here. When he goes over Dreams Pro, you're going to want it immediately if you have any interest in buying houses. And it's a heck of a deal. Talk about a bunch of different ways to boot camp. Again, we do live seller calls. First night, we do an hour and a half of live seller calls, and the class is listening to both sides. And then my team is out there making calls to your leads all day long until they get them all called and turn as many deals as we can turn up. Deal structuring classes, again, that's where we go over the deals we turn up. And then I do a very special class, which I encourage everybody to get to. There's one thing to make money, another thing to keep it. And we've never been in a more litigious society than we are right now. And most people make the mistake of never doing anything to protect themselves until something bad happens and they look back and wish they had. I am very skilled at telling you how to protect yourself. Very skilled. So we're going to talk about asset protection, entity structuring, and tax reduction, and land trust, and all of that in a special class during this event, so that you'll be closer to the point to where you can discuss with your attorney and understand what you're saying and understand what things you need the answers to. There is nobody that will teach you what you're going to learn different, like me. How do you think I learn all this stuff as well? You're going to see a video bus trip. My friend Jay Connor from Morehead City, North Carolina. This guy came out of my boot camp in 2009. He went home. He netted over $1 million his very first year. The last 3 years, he's netted over $2 million. And he rehabs houses about 30 a year. That don't even count the terms deals he does and the other things that are going on in his life. He's also an expert on raising private money, which he'll also be teaching at the boot camp. And exception to that rule is on November the 19th through the 22nd, coming up shortly, we're going to do a boot camp here in Jacksonville live. And this is the very first time since way before COVID that we're actually going to get on a bus and go out and look at some ugly houses out in the field. I'm going to do that one time, not doing that a second time. Got 2 buses, which means we're only going to be able to hold 100 people total. And it's filling up fast. In fact, right now, I think there's about 17, 18 slots left before we get to that point. Now, make that note, November 19th through the 22nd. Put it on your calendar if you can, because there will not be anything like it going forward. Going forward, we do a 3-hour video of 2 uglies and 2 pretties in that same time slot. But I just decided, let's go do it live one more time. By the way, you're going to like the video better than you do the trip, because the weather's always going to be good when you're watching the video and we don't waste time out on the road and all of that. You'll learn what to fix, what it costs, hiring contractors, getting good bids. And I promise you, I drive that into you, how important it is to get good bids and right contractors. Because if you don't, you're going to be paying too much and it's going to kill your profit. And I'll tell you what stuff costs and I'll prove it to you while we're sitting there. Estimating market value. We got to teach you how to do the R. What to pay, what not to pay, how to not overpay like your competition is doing. Checklist so that you don't make mistakes and you'll know what you need before and after you buy the house. You learn how to raise the capital if you actually want to buy one and close on it for cash and renovate it. And it's not have to do anything to do with banks, and there's no credit checks and there's no application. It's private individuals called private lending, which is totally different than hard money lending. Private lending is with humans. Hard money lending is with professionals in the money business. Private lending, you make the rules. Hard money, they make the rules. No limit to the amount of private money you can get. And you got more than you need right in your Rolodex. I promise you that right now. And Jay will show you this. Jay went out and found $2.2 million worth of private money within 90 days after he left my very first boot camp that he came to. I now provide you proof of funds. You're not making an offer through Realtors without proof of funds. I'm going to give you proof of funds, and there's not even a human involved in it. So once you attend this boot camp, we're going to give you the code to go to a page and just fill out the blanks and, and print out that letter, and you got proof of funds. And I'm going to be your transaction coordinator. Here's what that means. That means I want to see all your closing documents before you close to buy, and all your closing documents before you close to sell. I'm going to review those documents for you. And I promise you, in 1 to 3 deals, I'm going to save you more money than it cost you to attend this entire boot camp. Adel will tell you, on all the deals we've done, not one of them I didn't need to fix at closing or before closing.
Yeah, and
not one of them.
sometimes they're written right on the contract and they still do it wrong.
Yeah,
It's
can't
like-
even read the contract
Yeah.
and put the same in the closing statements. Constantly, they want to put the wrong name on taking title when you're using land trust, and there's a whole host of things that they do wrong. In fact, the last one I corrected saved me $1,500. They had some of the cost that belonged to the other side on my side. $1,500. What if I didn't know that? Didn't get them to move it. And you would think that people doing real estate closings are highly intelligent. Well, I have evidence that's not necessarily true. All right. So let me be your safeguard. All right. I want to see all your documents, just your closing statement, your mortgage, your note, your lease purchase agreement. And when you're selling, same thing. And I'm almost positive I'll find errors that need to be fixed, save you that money. I also teach you what to look for while we go. There's no charge for this. Selling houses on autopilot, which is the only way I know to sell houses. We don't go show houses. We put a lockbox on the house and let it show itself. I don't really believe that the buyer needs to know what a toilet looks like. They usually know. And the truth is, I learned a long time ago, if you don't qualify people correctly, you're just wasting most of your trips. So let me explain to you, also why we get more. I always raise my prices. Always raise my prices. Always, whether I'm rehabbing or whether I'm sell with owner financing. And I usually get it, sell with lease purchase. And I usually get it. Why? Because when you make a house easy to buy, it becomes easy to sell. And when it becomes easy to buy, it's worth more. In fact, any appraiser will tell you that. Now, even when we renovate it, I start them higher. But sometimes I don't get it. But it's better to start high and come down than to start low and you won't be able to go up. One of the most valuable things that you're going to have built for you in your business is going to be a buyer's list. That'll building that constantly. You're going to need probably two of them. One for wholesale junkers you flip to rehabbers, and because that's different questions, and then one from owner occupants that want a lease option from you. Totally different script, totally different questions, totally different exit. So when I wholesale, I'm going to sell at wholesale prices. When I retail lease option, I'm going to sell at retail plus price. And when you sell a junker to a buyer, you're really selling them a business opportunity. Think about it. That's why they're crawling all over. You're selling them a business where they can make $15,000, $20,000 or more on. Not hard to sell these things. There's no charge for anybody in your family or anybody in your business. And please make sure they are, because we reserve the right to check. Right? And it's $500 additional for the second guest. So bring whoever you want, $500, bring anybody in that group for free. It's all tax deductible, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, Uncle Sam's going to help you pay for your training. You want to take a photo shot of that, leave it up there for a minute. There's your 2025 schedule right there. Now, everything you see on that page is live events. That means they're in a hotel somewhere. And sometimes we do them here in our meeting room in Jacksonville at our office, depending on the size of the group. Like this one we're doing this month, we have to go to a hotel. Now look down at the bottom where it says Riverside, California. I haven't done one in California for a long time. And I'm not looking forward to it. California is a long ways away. And the other one's New Jersey. So the rest of them are going to be here in Jacksonville. And you got plenty of choices there. But what did I just tell you about the upcoming Jacksonville event? That is, it's the only time we're going to go on bus trip. Only time. Plus, I'm going to give you another shameless bribe in a minute to register for Jacksonville. There's your two virtuals if you want to photo them. Remember, you can come. You go to the virtuals. If you go to the virtual first, then you're going to learn a lot more when you get to that live one. A lot more. Anybody that's been to both will tell you that. But I want you here in Jacksonville because you get an experience that you're not going to get in the future with me. We do a monthly conference call. In fact, we do several. We do a monthly conference call with Quick Start graduates only. Adel does a conference call once a week. I do another conference call once a month for everyone. So we've got the follow up for you before we go to during the next session. I'll teach you how you can get some one-on-one help to guide you every step of the way as well if you want. What's it going to cost? Well, when I started, it was $5,995. And it was that price until 2008 came. And I felt like lowering the price. And that's exactly what I've done. So you're not going to pay $59.95, but what if you did? I know that's a lot of money. I mean, you know, that's at least 1/4 of your first wholesale deal, for crying out loud. That's a lot of money. In fact, how many deals do you think you got to do before you pay it off? I'm telling you right now, I'm going to save you more than the cost of this event just being your transaction engineer. Trust me on it. So we're going to have to weigh cost versus value. Guys, I make millionaires and multimillionaires. In fact, when you get to Jacksonville, you're going to see people all over all of our walls, everywhere you look, people who've written us letters thanking us for helping change their life. And maybe we can get yours up there pretty soon. So you want to see that price lower? What do you think, Adel? Think they want to see it lower?
I think they do.
I think they do. All right, there it is, lower. Okay, no more shenanigans. You're not paying that anyway. All right, first thing you're going to get is 3 cash flow systems. One of them is on rehabbing houses, another one's on wholesaling houses, and another one's on terms business. So you're going to get that immediately. And you can download them yourself. And frankly, they're the preparatory stuff to come to the boot camp. But if you don't listen to those courses at all, you can still, everything you need is going to be in the boot camp manual. By the way, I got one right here. Let me show you what the boot camp manual looks like. That's it right there. Well, right there. By the way, you don't ever let this thing get out of your hands, because there's stuff in here you won't find anywhere else on the planet. Forms, agreements, checklists, and just plain old pure step-by-step instructions of what we discuss in class. That's a $2,000 gift right there. Sold a ton of those for $19.97. When you get that, you're going to get a certificate here that says, when you do your first deal, if it's done within 90 days, I'm going to send you a check for $1,000. It's a shameless bribe for you to get out here and get to work and work with me. And if you don't think we send checks, we actually send checks. Okay. We ain't making empty promises. We send out checks. Do a deal, send us proof, you get a check. You're going to get a 180-day helpline where a human being is on the other end of the phone to help you through these deals, 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, unlimited. Alone, that's a $997 value. That starts the day you graduate from Quick Start. However, I got you covered prior. I want to get some letters from you like this lady. Yea, do I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. It gets lonely out there when you don't have anybody to talk to that knows what they're doing. I understand, and it could easily cost you deals. In fact, I'm thinking of Jay Connor. When he first came out of boot camp, he got a mentor, and he got a lead on a piece of land, marshland, and he threw it away. And then his mentor asked him to bring it back. Let me look at it. As it turns out, Jay put that property under contract, subject to the debt, and flipped it and made $225,000 on that one first wholesale deal that he did. So, I wonder if Jay got back the money he paid for his training or not. I guess he did. One deal he threw to trash. Here's a letter from a lady that made $125,000 thanks to that person on the other end of that phone. We got quite a few of them floating around here. Once you register for an event, you got a whole year to come back for free as many times you want, virtual or live or both. After that, it's $500 per visit for at least 5 years. Now, here's the guarantee. It's really very simple. You got 30 days to reverse your decision, because I don't want you going home and having to explain to your spouse, what did you do? So if your spouse talks you out of it, then it's up to you. And then, you got a decision to make. I'm not sure which is the right one, but just the same, I'm not putting you in a position of loss. I want to help you gain. And if that's not good enough, you can attend 2 days of this event on the live events. And if you don't think this thing is for you by the end of 2 days, you just go back and tell the team, and they'll get you a refund the following week. It's that simple. I don't want your money if you don't want me. You got 2 days to make that decision. Oh, Ron, okay, Ron, how much? Well, it ain't $59.95. It ain't even $49.95. It ain't even $39.95. Right now, it's at half price at $34.95 per couple, sort of. If you pay in full, incidentally, which means credit card or check or wire, then you can deduct $500 if you do that today. Makes it down to $29.95. Believe me, it was $59.95 for a lot of years. And can I have the overhead back, John? Huh? Now, I wrote this today because I want you in Jacksonville. And I know it's a short decision. I mean, it's a short time. So what? If you come to the Jacksonville event only, November 19 through 22, bring your guest, take another $500 off just for showing up and to the Jacksonville event. All right, I want to get this thing full and get it over with, which is 100 people. 100 people now, not 100 entities, because that's all the 2 buses will hold. If you're a veteran, meaning a United States military veteran, I'm going to let you come to, Veterans Day are right upon us. And, I won't be talking to you on Veterans Day, so I'm a few days ahead of this. I'm going to let you come to this thing for $1,000 a couple if you're a veteran or active, of course. You got to register today, or that ain't going to apply. So there's 2 things I've never offered right there before, ever. Better take a photo shot of that so you don't forget it. So let's be clear on these numbers. The cost is $29.95. Go back to me, John. $29.95 full pay, $34.95 financed, which we'll do in-house for you. Your credit's irrelevant. If you can prepay, take $500 off. And if you are a veteran, take another $500 off. If you are in the military, or I'm sorry, I just said that. You're a veteran, your total cost is $1,000 to get into this thing. I never let anybody in for $1,000, and that's per couple. So your cost is either $29.95 full pay or $1,000 if you're a veteran or in your active military. You might want to contact all the veterans that you know and let them know and drive them to our website. Nick, we got anything on our website about veterans? Let's get this up if we can. Get some kind of a message out to everybody on the list, whatever. Because frankly, I just thought about that this morning. Register during the break. Now watch this. This is a shameless bribe. If you don't take me up on this offer, we probably never will see each other. Register during the break, and I'm going to give you a course on how to use your IRA to operate in this industry, this business, and never pay taxes. I would think it's worth your time to learn because the IRS could be your very biggest expense in life. So let's operate business. We're using their rules. Ain't doing anything illegal. Using their rules. Just need to know the rules so you don't violate the rules. Then it's all in this package. And there's a special IRA that you need to be aware of if you have children or grandchildren under the age of 18. It's called a CESA, CESA, Coverdale Educational Savings Account. Go check it out for yourself. Folks, if you open a CESA for your child or children before they turn 30, and you do a deal in that CESA, let's go back to those 5 wholesale deals we did. Let's take the first one. Your CESA, your kid's CESA puts up $10 deposit, and you flip the contract, and here comes $37,000 back into your kid's CESA, tax-free. And they can use that money for anything that is educational from birth to age 30. Now, let me say that again. Use the CESA to tie up the property and flip it, and all the money's got to go back into kids' CESA. There's $37,000 they can spend on education. Not you contributing money to your college education, not you breaking your bank account to get them to school. leverage your brain, do 1 or 2 deals, and your education is paid for. And I don't even care if they're going to Harvard. And that includes everything else they spend, like travel, uniforms, books, lodging, anything that's educationally related. So each of your children need their own CISA before they turn 18. If they turn 18, it's too late. You'll learn that in that IRA course, incidentally. How to complete contracts on terms and cash deals. Now, you were very good at that when you started, weren't you, Al?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You were very good at that when you started, weren't you?
Well, on the cash deals, yes.
Yeah, I'm a simple moron.
Yeah.
Anybody can fill out a cash one. But I will confess that filling out these term contracts is a little complicated in the beginning. And I'm going to give you paragraphs in the boot camp manual that nobody else on the planet even knows of, because I've learned of these things over the years. I'm going to save you a ton of money just on what you put in that purchase and sale agreement. So anyway, it's a whole course on that. And I go through every agreement that's in my boot camp manual, so you can go back and review them as you wish. And then there's how to take title to houses. This is all about a land trust. Our grantor revocable trust. It works in all 50 states, regardless of what people tell you. They have no idea what they're talking about. This is how you take title to houses. And then you have privacy, and you have lien and attachment protection. When your house is in a land trust, you own the trust. The trust owns the house. A lien against you will not apply to a house you do not own. Is that enough reason to have a land trust? Yeah, including an IRS lien. Not to mention, you have protection, because when they record a deed to the trust, your name is nowhere. No place on public record is your name, and they can't even find out who the beneficial interest is. So you have total privacy, regardless of what state you live in. And there's so many reasons why you need to use a land trust, and it don't cost any extra to use a land trust than it does to take title any other way. That's a very important course for you to listen to. And plus the cash flow systems that I just discussed with you. This one's a 3-day event. How to generate quality leads. On this one, I contacted vendors that'll generate leads for you if you pay them. And then I talked to a bunch of students who are generating leads and what they do and how it's working for them. 3 days of it. So that's $6,000 in bonuses alone. And we'll finance you. We don't check your credit. There's no interest. And you're approved. Your loan is approved. So you get on the phone immediately and they'll give you all the details. And here's the bonus. Pay in full, even if you're at the discounted price. I can't do this for you $1,000 veterans, though. Sorry. You're going to receive 10 hours of virtual assistant service and plus the $500 discount. So you got to pay in full. So that means $24.95 if you're coming to Jacksonville, $29.95 if you're coming to another one at another place. Also, you're going to get a certificate from me. I call it our marriage certificate, you and I, because this says that you have 90 days to work with me personally on your deals. You send me the PI sheets after you have reason to believe there's something there, which means I want you to call the seller first and read the simple script. If you like what you hear, you send me the PI sheet. I will get right back to you. I will tell you you're either wasting your time or you're on the verge of a hot deal. And if you're on the verge of a hot deal, I'm going to pick up the phone and call you and go through it. And you got 90 days to send as many of them as you want. By the way, the certificate has to come with them so that I'll know you're certified to send them. So I'm working with you for the next 90 days. And if you want to get a mentor to work with you in a little while, I'll tell you about it. Then you got both of us working for you. There's your recap. You want to take a picture of it. Some of you need time to think about it. But I got to tell you now, you got till 3 o'clock to register for Jacksonville. If you don't, it's going to cost $500. And if you're a veteran, you got till 3 o'clock to register for $1,000 for your couple. Look at all that. Take a picture of it. Creates a heck of a deal. Now look at all those bonuses you're going to get with it. Then you get me. Then you get Adel.
Yes, sir.
Then you got to tell us which one's the prettiest. No, I'd never do that. I'm afraid I get the answer I didn't like. Trying to save money and get trained is frankly a foolish business decision. Can you honestly believe you can learn all this stuff on your own? Well, you might believe it. I did when I started, and that's why it cost me so many dollars and so many years. And I don't want that to happen to you, frankly. Education is worthless without implementation. So first we get educated and then we help you implement. It could be the most important event in your life concerning real estate, making money if you intend to buy and sell houses. In fact, it will be the most important one because it's the basic training for thousands of people throughout our country that have gone on to big things. In fact, I'm looking at a poster right outside my door here. One of my students went out and did houses for a while, and he got over into commercial, which I also teach. In fact, I got one of them coming up here shortly in Jacksonville. He posted says he's now bought $79 million worth of commercial property. And he sent me another one later, said he's over $100 million of commercial property. My personal assistant, Tish, her fiance is Mark Mostek. Mark made millions of dollars on one deal over a 2-year period just because of what he learned. When he came and intentionally wanted, was in the mood to learn the stuff, and when he went out and implemented it, you'll meet all these people. Well, I spent a lot of money with other teachers and I still haven't done deals. I mean, crap. Yeah, me too. I used to say the same thing. You should see me when I started. I had a truckload of books and tapes. And, I had to work it out on my own. There wasn't really no system back then. And there wasn't really anybody who would hold my hand. And then I figured out what the problem was. And it was ugly. It was me. Best teachers in the world won't help you without implementation. Now think about that for a minute. First, you come and get trained. Then normally out there, turned out all on your own, trying to put these pieces together. In my world, you're going to come get them trained. And then if you'll let us, we're going to help you put the pieces together and lead you step by step through all deals, as many as you can do in 6 months. I'll tell you about that in just a little bit. There's nobody better qualified than me and my team to help you make money in real estate. We make millionaires. When you come down to our office here in Jacksonville, you'll see you guys all up on the wall everywhere in both buildings. All the money these people are making. $67,000 on the first deal, for crying out loud. $50,000 on her first deal. And I think, these are wholesale deals. 67 grand on a wholesale deal. 7 grand. My first check was 3 grand. You did better than I am. 5,500. That's the first check, most important one you're going to get. 35,000. 30,000. They're all over the country. 23,000. I love to see these. Never get tired of them. There's what our walls look like down here. All right, we're going to take a break now. And when we come back, we're going to talk about how do you know what they're offering, how many sellers will take terms, why do sellers take terms. In the meantime, we got questions online there, Nick. All right. Why don't we go ahead and take some of them?
Okay.
And get them out of the way.
Dang says, so now for Gold Club member at $99 level, do you get Gold Club member and comp and deal finder features as well?
Is that a question we should table here tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be talking about Dreams and Gold Club tomorrow, but quickly the answer is yes, you do get comps, the ability to find comps and features of deal finder.
We're going to do that tomorrow, actually.
Donald says, my FSBO in the Gold Club has not, I guess, worked maybe for over 15 days.
Yes, because we aren't using that company anymore, and you're going to replace it with Dreams Pro and pull your own leads and set it on autopilot so you'll get the leads automatically once you set up the parameters. And they're quality leads because they're calling you.
All right, and I'll save other Dreams questions for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. I'll take a couple.
All right. Terry says, is anyone still wholesaling in South Carolina?
There are people wholesaling in every state in the union. including Hawaii and Alaska.
Dang says, if we upgrade to the $99 level with the VA service, do we have to set up with the $500 fee at upgrading time, or can that be set up later when we want to use the VA service?
You answer that.
No, you don't have to. If you're not ready for a VA yet and you just want to sign up for Gold Club and Dreams, there's no setup fee
Which we'll go over tomorrow.
until you're ready for the VA.
You will need a 500 one-time fee to get into 297 because that's where you're getting your CRM and your website. That's a lot of work to set those up.
Yeah, if we do have the 297 level available without a VA as well, but if you want a website built, you do have to have VA service, and that's where that setup fee would come in.
So they can get to 297,
Yep, they just wouldn't have access to the website.
which would be kind of foolish, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Gotta
but
have
you do have the CRM and everything else, and a lot of other cool.
Again, we'll go over all that tomorrow, and you're sending them the 3 columns of information, right?
Yeah, that was actually in your email this morning. We sent some information on the different levels, so you can kind of see in detail what is included at each level, just so you have a little bit of understanding before we talk about it tomorrow.
Right. And if you didn't get that, let us know, because it's pretty self-explanatory.
All right. Mary says, Arundel Road was a probate. Did you find it by skip tracing or looking in court clerk records for the person it was given to?
That one's for Alec.
That's clerk records. I pull the probates every week and send them a letter. And then they called from there. And that was actually a pretty easy one. He called, we met the next day and signed. And that was the fastest I've ever done. 10 days, probably 10, 12 days, somewhere in there.
You guys better write that down now. It goes online, it's free. And probate is a public records, and just sends them, ain't a few of them every week. Some weeks, probably none, huh?
Yeah. Here in Dubai, you have about 20 a week on average.
20 a week?
20 a week.
Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're in the city, 1.5 million people.
Yeah. If you're in a smaller city, it's probably a lot less.
Okay, and you just do that from your house, right?
Yeah. Or you can train the VA to do it. Give them the access to
course.
work and pull them. So.
Or you could actually even do it on Dreams Pro. But putting in that list and letting them mail to them.
Yep.
Oh, you want to call them first, though?
Yeah, you probably want to call. Well, I always send them a mail letter I never call the probates, honestly. I always send them the mail, but.
Okay, so you send them the mail first,
Mhm.
just a postcard usually.
Yeah, well, actually, it's a letter I print from my computer, but I've been using the Dreams now to do the postcards. But this particular one came from a letter that I sent,
Okay,
just from Word,
A
just
letter.
a Word letter. Yep.
why don't you bring that letter tomorrow?
Okay.
Because I already know they're asking before
Yeah.
before they
It's
even know they're
nothing
asking.
exciting. I promise you, it's a basic letter.
You're gonna be impressed.
Yeah.
It's just a letter.
Yeah.
Tell them why they should call you, for crying out loud. It didn't come from some multi-million-dollar marketing.
Yeah.
Firm.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, Nick.
Bruce says, on Dreams, what does AVM stand for, and how would it relate to evaluating a deal?
What does what stand for?
AVM.
That's the after.
No, that's the automated valuation model. That's where
comp.
Dreams tries to come up with the comp
Yeah.
value.
In other words, that's your estimate, like on Zillow.
Yep.
So how would it relate to evaluating a deal?
It doesn't,
Does not.
because it's always wrong, just like this estimate on Zillow. Tomorrow, we're going to show you how to get the true R. You better pay attention to that one, because that costs a lot of people a lot of deals.
Yep.
Dang says, Ron, on the LLC's K1 report, we reported profit and loss. Can you define profits and loss? What are considered profits and what are considered loss?
Can you translate that for me?
Basically, he's saying on when filling out the K1, which you shouldn't be doing, Dang, your CPA should handle that.
Yep.
Where it says profit and loss, is profit the income that comes in, and profit the loss, expenses that go out?
The gross has nothing to do with your K1. Frankly, it's the net profit or loss from the business that the K1 is reporting on.
So basically, if you take all of your income and then you take all your expenses and your deductions, whatever's left over, whether it's a positive amount, that would be profit.
Yep.
If it's a negative amount, then that would be loss.
That one number is all that goes into your tax return. In other words, nobody will even know what's in the LLC. I just know how much it made or lost.
Brian says, with the deal on Camarant, the PITI payment, who are you using for the insurance? Is it an NREIG?
Insurance?
Yes.
That's a big deal here in Florida. Who could we?
It's NREIG.
Oh, yeah. Write that down. NREIG only insures non-owner occupied properties. They're cheaper than most, and they can care less how you take title. Now, however you take title needs to be on the policy, though, along with you, if you like. But frankly, if it's your LLC, I mean, if it's your land trust and your trustee can sign on anything, then you don't have to have your name on the insurance, as long as if they write a check to the entity, which they will do, you got to be able to cash that check or deposit it.
Alfonso says, was the Corporate Transparency Act overturned, or do LLCs have to file after?
I do not know of any overturning on that act, and I still got to do mine as well. So I'm put a note in my planner to make sure you don't forget it, because this fine is stiff. You know what, though? Yeah, Trump's just elect. There ain't much he can do right now, but I'll bet you that gets overturned next year. But then it's too late. Everybody's already got the information in the hands of the government, which scares the crap out of me. Privacy and government is an oxymoron. Go ahead.
Alfonso again says, say we bought a house with our Flipper LLC.
Yeah.
But we want to sell that same house with our Keeper LLC. Can we do that?
Yes.
All right. How would we do that then?
You can sell it from the Keeper to the Flipper. All you need is to go get you a HUD-1 closing statement off of HUD.gov. And there's no closing cost. That assuming you took title in a land trust. There's no closing cost. You're just assigning your trust from entity A to entity B. However, there needs to be an accounting. Your accountant has to know that's done, because that is a taxable event. So frankly, you don't make it a taxable event. Just sell it to B for what you paid for it in A, and you shouldn't have any taxes on it. But it's all in-house. And actually, I teach that in business management, I think. Yeah. It's the middle of next year. There's no closing costs because nothing changed down at the courthouse. The trust still owns the house. It's just got a new beneficiary now. But again, just report it to your CPA and let them worry about it.
Okay. So he was more asking, though, if he sells it to another buyer. So if he bought it in his Flipper, but then he wants to sell that same house with his Keeper.
Yeah. He bought it in a Flipper, and he wants to make it the Flipper is a Keeper. I'm sorry. Flipper is B, Keeper is C. Mm-hmm. Which one's he buying it in?
He's buying it in B.
Okay, he's taxing my brain. Now he wants to put it in his Keeper?
Well, he wants to sell it from his Keeper. Like he wants his Keeper to be the seller.
The Keeper can't be the seller until he puts it in the Keeper.
Okay. Would there be any reason for him to do that?
No.
Put it in the Keeper?
No, not if he's not going to keep it. I mean, I don't even care if you buy them in a land trust if you're going to flip them in a few days.
Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe he's going to he bought it with the intent to flip it, but now he's going to maybe sell it on owner financing.
Then he don't want to do that in B. He wants to do that in C.
Right. So currently B owns it. So does he have to transfer it to C before he sells it?
That's right.
Okay.
And
so and that's with the instructions you just gave.
You're going to sell it with owner financing. In B, you're going to get taxed on the whole gain, period, and you're going to be years collecting that money, and it's going to be a bad hair day. You put it in C, which is the investment in it, and you get taxed on the gain as it comes in, which is a small amount of money every year that you get taxed on. These are just some of the things that I hope you don't learn the hard way. I've seen a lot of people sell houses with owner financing and get this great big monstrous bill from the IRS. That literally could take you out of business.
I think Alfonso saved up all of his questions for the last 6 months or so and posted them all right here.
Okay.
Alfonso, if you're a Gold Club member, you can ask these questions to Ron every week and get them answered sooner. Alfonso again says, can you break down and explain what a second position private lender can do in the event that there is a default on the second mortgage only, but not the first mortgage?
He can foreclose on it. And all second mortgages, say if they're in default on the first, then they can foreclose even if they're current on the second. So he can foreclose. Of course, he doesn't wipe out the first. He just has to make sure the payments are current before they foreclose. By the way, if you have a second and you have to foreclose, bank cannot call a loan due on the first. That's That you find that in Garn St. Germain Federal Depository Institution Act of 1982, that which created the due on sale clause.
So what does that get the person in second position if they foreclose?
Well, they can get the house unless somebody buys it at the courthouse steps, but then they still got the first mortgage they got to keep making payments on.
Okay. Alfonso says, when doing a subordination deal, are there any specific documents that need to be included in the purchase? What about when selling?
Yeah, not specific documents, but there needs to be within your purchase and sale agreement that the seller is taking back a second mortgage, and of course it's going to be in the mortgage as well, because they're going to name the first mortgage in any wraparound mortgage.
All right. Alfonso says, in Texas, when a seller sells a property on a contract for deed, does the buyer need to get their own property insurance, or does the insurance need to stay in the seller's name until the loan is paid off?
The only people that can insure the property are the people that own the property. So if he sells it on land contract or contract for deed, the buyer's got to get insurance, because that's a real bona fide sale, even though he don't get the deed till he pays it off. IRS considers it a sale. Buyer gets insurance. Buyer names the seller on the contract and the underlying lender, if there is one, as insured. And that would be first and second position right on the insurance policy.
All right. And he says, what can be done if the seller doesn't want to cancel their insurance policy and is charging the buyer the cost of their insurance within the payment to the seller? What options does the buyer have in this scenario?
First of all, they're not going to be able to cancel it until they get your policy. And at that time, there's no reason for them not to cancel it, because there's nothing to gain by them canceling they're going to cancel their insurance, period. And remember, if you're making payments to a seller and they got an underlying loan, it's them that's creating the mess. It's their debt. It's their creditor messing with. So I wouldn't, this is one of those things, I don't even know why you brought it up. It ain't going to happen. So don't lose sleep over it. And remember, you got rights too. Don't forget, litigation is a business tool. I'm very familiar with it.
Clint says, were there any plans to get a quick start real estate school in Texas?
No plans. Not on the list for next year. But everything's subject to change.
It's a short plane ride here to Jacksonville.
Pardon me?
It's a short plane ride here to Jacksonville.
Yes. Yeah. You know, when you get in that tube, you don't even know what direction it's going. And you sit there a few minutes longer, a few minutes shorter. What difference does it make where it's at anyway? Assuming you can leave home. Now, look, I know there's quite a few people who just can't leave home and they ain't going to come to a live event no matter what. And that's why we're doing 2 virtuals.
Jade says, why don't you offer a virtual option while you're doing the live session so you could have both groups together?
That's called streaming. And we have done that, but I've been accused of only talking to the audience in front of me and ignoring the people online. So my boss won't let me. Besides, it ain't going to work anyway. I'm telling you right now. Just think of all the things you don't get at a virtual, including bringing your own leads and let us get you deals, for crying out loud. And way more questions and way more people. You know, one reason is all you need, and that is create your own network while you're at the boot camp. Collect information on people that are all around the country that you can form your own group on. I've seen so many of those groups form, and you miss all of that while sitting in front of a computer. Besides, to be honest, I don't know anybody can sit in front of this thing for 4 days, except me. I have no choice.
Jade said, is the veterans discount for $1,000 only for the live Jacksonville event?
It's not a discount of $1,000. It's a total purchase price of $1,000, and it is only for the Jacksonville event. Yes.
And only today, right?
And it's only today.
Bill says, if we are already a graduate, do we get the bonus as well?
Which depends on which bonus you're talking about.
I'm guessing he's talking about the IRA course that you...
I don't know. He's going to have to tell us what he's talking about.
Okay. Alfonso says, in Texas, has anything changed in regards to being able to use an LLC as a trustee when buying a house in a land trust?
I don't understand. You can't there. You got an individual.
Okay. If we still have to use an individual person, is there any workaround so that we can use an LLC as the trustee?
Well, if it's it can't be in Texas. Well, if the property's in Texas, you got to live by Texas rules, and they won't let an LLC be the trustee. So what? Just get somebody, get an employee, get a relative. Remember, the trustee doesn't even have a bank account. The only thing they do is sign the deed when you sell.
Pamela says, do you recommend hotels for us in Jacksonville?
I can recommend a bunch of them. We're doing the event at the Sheraton Inn on J. Turner Butler. Just write that down. Sheraton on J. Turner Butler Boulevard. And then you can go on there and find out hotels all around it. I don't know if we send those out when we send out confirmations. We should.
Whenever we have a Jacksonville one here at our office, we recommend hotels near here.
Yeah.
But if you're coming to one at the hotel, we definitely recommend you staying at the event hotel.
Is that address on JTB or not? Do you know?
I think it's on Gate Parkway.
I think it's, yeah.
Gate Parkway. Okay.
Yeah.
First, you stay at the Sheraton on Gate Parkway. Do not go anywhere else. Look, first night we go to 7:30. You're going to want to go up and freshen up on some breaks, especially after the bus trip. Stay in the hotel where the event is always. I don't care if you can go down the street and save $20 on a day's end. You're going to pay a price for it. Stay where the hotel is, and you may not even have to get out on the road and go anywhere. And if you do, you can always hitch a ride with somebody that drove.
Alfonso says, in Florida, I'm doing a sandwich lease option. Is there a time limit as to how long I can sublease the property out to my tenant buyer?
No, I wouldn't put a tenant buyer in a house and give them a long lease. Remember, you can always renew it. I put 2 years on it for a reason. If they're acting up at the end of that, I may not renew their lease. If they aren't acting up, I'll leave them in there until they buy the house or die or whatever. Because I'm not going to sell that house. I'm going to put another tenant in it if they move out. That's how you get rich, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you get rich. You just give yourself a little time. You can build a lot of wealth in a hurry if you start putting tenant buyers in them rather than flipping them. Just write this down. If I buy for cash, I sell for cash. If I buy on terms, lease option tenant buyers. It's really that simple.
Johnny says, in wholesale deals, do we only need purchase and sale agreement and assignment to get to our title company
That is correct.
and other purchase and sale for our buyer to close?
No, you need to purchase and sale from the seller and an assignment, and that's it. That's all you need.
Terry says, what address is the 19th through the 22nd training in Jacksonville for hotel booking?
Sure.
Just go ahead and call our office and they can get you the.
I just told him it was a Sheraton
Details on that.
or Gate Parkway.
All right. You do have to be registered. It's not a.
Yep. Don't show up and you're not registered. I'd be a long trip for nothing.
Brian says, can I transfer my rental properties out of my name and into a land trust?
Absolutely. People doing it every day.
Will I be protected?
Yes. For the protection the land trust will give you. Don't be thinking that that's an asset protection device that they can't get through. They can get through to you if the problem incurred on the house that the land trust owns. And I hate getting into this thing. It could take a long time to explain it, but I teach you to have an LLC that your IRA owns 100%, and then buy your houses in a land trust and have that LLC be the beneficial interest of the land trust. And that also means that money can go in and out of that LLC, and you don't have to go back and forth with the company holding your IRA to get $10 deposit or whatever. All comes out of the LLC. Guys, you better come get what you can out of this brain while it's still operating, because it's fading fast. They say when an old man dies, a library burns.
Alfonso says, in Texas, how do you overcome a seller concerned about bankruptcy being filed when buying with owner financing?
Okay, you sell it with owner finance and then they file bankruptcy. You just get an attorney to deal with a trustee attorney, because that doesn't mean you lose your property. It does mean you probably won't get payments for a while. But just because they file bankruptcy doesn't mean you're going to lose the property that you owe the mortgage on.
Okay. So in this case, his seller is concerned about maybe him filing bankruptcy. So how does he help? How does he overcome that objection?
All right, you can lease option. You can do that in Texas, whether you know it or not. Do not do it without the proper attorney. And we refer everybody to Scott Horn in Dallas. He will teach you how to do a lease option, do it correctly. He's done hundreds of them. Scott Horn.
Dang says, on the insurance, what policy do we get for lease options out to new tenant buyer?
If you own the
Landlord
house,
policy?
you have to insure it. Lease option tenant buyers don't buy insurance on properties they don't own. And you're collecting it from the tenant to put it in. Usually there's an escrow account underneath. So you're just collecting what those numbers really are from the tenant and passing them on to the lender underneath.
All right. So his question is, so he's lease optioning it to his buyer. What insurance should he have in place? What type of policy, like a landlord policy, or
what? I don't understand what you just said.
What Dang is lease optioning a property to his tenant buyer. What insurance policy should Dang have in place on the property?
The same policy that any landlord would have. It's a non-owner occupied policy, which is all NREIG will do.
All right. Bill says he was referring to the bonus offered with Quick Start program. I am already a graduate.
You're a what graduate?
He's already a Quick Start graduate. So he said he's referring.
I understand, but I don't know which one of those bonuses you're talking about.
All right. That is all of our questions for now.
Okay, then we are going to take a break. And in fact, we're going to come back. How long do we need, you think? Okay, then we'll come back at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. You staying awake over here?
Yeah, I am.
Ron's event to me is heads and toes above any other event. He always has good content. He has good speakers that he brings in. He doesn't let just anybody come in and speak. He always has good speakers.
It's great energy. There's a lot of people motivated and a lot of people that are getting motivated. You can just tell by everyone that walks up there and speaks that they're here to help with whatever they can. So it's really exciting.
So the content is a little overwhelming at first when some of the mentors have said to us, be prepared, it's like drinking from a fire hose. They are absolutely right.
It's just chock full of so much great information, first of all. And then just to hear testimonials from others who've been doing it as well.
It's awesome. The amount of information it borders on information overload, but it is so good. Every time you hear it, you just understand it a little better.
So the live on-stage phone calls where all the mentors got up on stage. Each mentor got about 3 chances, or whoever they can get on the phone. And it was raw, uncut, live calls. Like, anything can go.
You actually get to see fellow students work on properties that have the potential for you to purchase and make an incredible profit on.
Ron's an awesome guy. He's got the goods. It's not a flash in the pan kind of event. It's just rock solid meat and potatoes, good stuff all the way through.
He is so matter of fact. His teaching style is very to the point. There's no BS, but you learn really quickly that way.
He's the real deal. He's to the point, and he's been doing it for so long that it's like second nature to him. And if you just listen to what he does and what he says, then you'll do fine.
He seems sincere, he's honest, he's easy to understand. He has a sense of humor, so I enjoy his teaching.
Man, he changed my life, man, just off of the content that I've gotten, just listening to him. And I don't know too many people that can hold you in one place for 12 hours and you still be excited just listening to him.
He tells you exactly what to do, how it is. It's no baloney, I like that.
Everybody is just super nice, super helpful. They want to make sure that you're getting what you're needing.
Anytime we have a question, they're there to answer it.
Everybody's so helpful, and all they want to do is see you succeed, which is very good, and it's obvious too.
This event gives you limitless potential. You owe it to yourself to come and learn what this process is, because it will open your eyes and change your life.
Just do it. I mean, save up the money, and if you're on the fence and this is something that you're interested in and you can see yourself doing, then you're absolutely right. You can absolutely do this business. It'll change your life. I believe it's changed mine.
If you're considering real estate at all, this event, you can get people that will walk beside you and help you become a success in this. 100%. You will do deals with these people.
You're going to make it back in one deal if you're passionate about it and this is what you want to do. To me, it's like a no-brainer, you know.
Just do it. Just do it.
Tony, Angie, I know that you guys have been to an online.
Yes.
And this is, what is this, your first?
And live.
Your first live? What do you think about the first live?
Well, see, it's a whole different level. You know, we did all the right things with the virtual. We sequestered ourselves in a room. We made sure there was no interruptions. We did everything we could to plug into the virtual version of this event. But when we got in person and we got to see the real people who are behind us, we got to look in their eyes, we got to be interactive with questions, and then we got to have deals done. We brought a stack of property information sheets, and we actually had the mentors calling them, setting up deals for us. That's something you can't get online. We have the opportunity to meet people who care about us. So, go ahead, baby.
It was just a real pleasure being with everybody, and it means so much to interact with everyone that was here. And it was just awesome. It was awesome working with Ron, working with the mentors. It's nothing like it.
And hopefully we'll see you at another one very soon?
Absolutely. Let me tell you one more thing.
Yes.
I got the digital copy of the manual when I did the virtual. And we came here, and as Ron went through it live, there were actual pages in there that I could have swore that he just added for this event that I missed when I was only virtual. And I saw those pages and I was like, oh my goodness, they would have made a difference for us over the last few months if we'd have had the real life copy. That book's gonna be my Bible, and it's gonna be that manual in my hands for the next several months. So we're fired up about that.
We can't wait to see you at another live event soon.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Quick Start Real Estate School is our staple event. It is our basic training. It is where people actually learn the art of buying and selling houses without using their money or credit. And it's the beginning of the training, but it's the training that actually launches careers, because they can leave that training and go out and start doing deals immediately. And then, of course, if they want, they can grab one of our mentors to help them for 6 months and lead them step by step through the process of getting checks. It's quite an intense event. I mean, it's 4 days long, and it's long hours because we don't end until 7:30 on the first night. But the last thing that happens on that first night is that we actually call live sellers. I mean, you hear both sides of the conversations on the phone, and we have some of our mentors call these sellers from leads that the students brought in. And of course, we have a daily feed of these leads into their Gold Club site every day, so we actually get the leads for them, call them for them so they can bring them to class. Now when they bring them to class, our mentors get on the phone and create some deals. And this is a huge benefit because some of the people who bring those leads go home with deals and literally make more money off those deals than every training we could possibly provide to them. And on the second day, the afternoon, we get into the ugly house side of the business, which is wholesaling and rehabbing and buying junkers and that whole business. We cover that during that day. And then on the third day, we actually have a brand new video now of us, a friend of mine, Jay Connor, who's renovated over 420 houses, going out into the field and going through 2 ugly houses and then through 2 houses that he's just renovated. And we go through those with a fine-tooth comb, talking about what we'd fix, how we'd fix it, what would it cost. And by the time you're through, you get a whole overview of
rehabbing houses, and one of the things, of course, we addressed hard is the actual cost of what it takes to renovate a house and handling contractors and the like. We even got contractors' agreements right in the manual. The manual's about that thick, and I'm updating it constantly with the stuff you will not get anywhere else. And then on that afternoon, we talk about raising the money, private money. And then I go into some entity structuring stuff. Entity structuring is tax reduction, estate planning, because that is a part of the learning process. It's one thing to go make money, but then we have to learn how to protect it, what entities to use, how do we take title to it, and how do we set up our estate so that our stuff goes where we want it to go. And the last day is spent on selling houses on autopilot. And I do mean autopilot. Automation is built into this entire event. It's part of the learning process, and we have it all set up so when the client goes home, they're ready to do business, not have to go out and find a bunch of stuff and put it all together. And one of the really cool things we do there every single day is we take all of these property information sheets that were called during the event by our mentors, and I discuss them. So we go over them every single day on what's the next step. In fact, we even get a contract for them before they even leave to take out into the field, because literally appointments are made while they're making the calls. Then I also have Jay Connor, who comes from North Carolina and done well over 420 rehabs, but he's also the expert on getting private money from individuals, not from loan sharks. Jay helps me throughout the event as well, and they sit down with students and they work with them and they help them overcome any issues that they have, and they give them guidance and how to build their business as part of the event. You know, one of the biggest things that people get out of this is they build a big old network of nationwide relationships, because people come from all over the country when we do this live, and they get to know each other and they grab each other's information, and that creates relationships that go on for years and years and years. I've seen it happen over and over. Plus, you know, if I want somebody in LA and I live in Jacksonville, I build my list, and now I can call on that list whenever I need to. And frankly, the students get as much from the other students as they get from the teachers, because some of the people in the room are doing deals, they're doing business, because we let people come back for free to this event as many times as they want for the first year, and very inexpensive even after that. So there's a lot of good quality people. I'm constantly updating the content of this event, because things change, technology changes, and I think one of the biggest benefits is the students bring stuff to me. I learn as much from them as they learn from me, and as I learn it, I add it to the content of the class. And frankly, one of the biggest benefits of people coming to a live event is that they get to sit around and talk to the other people. And the other one is that I have full attention the whole time, and I never know what you're doing when you're watching virtual. I don't know what you're doing behind that. And we can't have any fun. I can't tell jokes because I can't hear anybody laughing. We've discovered that people learn 3 times more at a live event, and they'll have a whole lot more fun at a live event than they will ever have at a virtual event. But going forward, we will still be doing virtual events, and we'll have live events mixed in. And the good news is that once you attend a virtual event, you can come to a live event at no charge, and vice versa. So you actually can get to experience them both, and you don't have to wait for a live event to come up. There's just a couple of things that one has to learn to crack the code to really turn this machine on and grow it as fast as they want to grow it. And frankly, you're not ever going to believe how much money can be made in real estate until you come spend 4 days with the old guy.
I would tell someone to attend this conference because this is life-changing information.
There are a lot of fake gurus out there, and I feel like, Ron LeGrand is like the godfather of real estate. There's nobody better than him.
He knows so much. He's got the best training program. He's got the best mentors.
I have had people come to me from all walks of life, all professions, from brain surgeons on down to the unemployed. They all have the same issue. I need more cash flow in my life. I need to be able to retire, not have to worry about making money. I was the same way. I had nothing to work with. I was broke all my life.
Welcome to Mr. Ron LeGrand.
I got out of it only because I chose to get out, and I made the decision I wasn't going to live like that anymore. It's a decision, it's a choice, but it has to quickly be followed by action, or it's just another thought.
Breathe in deeply. Open your mouth.
If you don't attend a Ron LeGrand conference, then the change that you've been looking for in your life, you will miss it.
If I just follow the steps they tell me, that success is assured.
Ron's strategies are straight to the point.
You know, he goes in, he lets you know what you need to do.
With the experience that I've had, that can give you the good, the bad, and the ugly.
It's the Great American Real Estate Summit, we call it. They all have one mission in mind: use real estate as the vehicle to make a lot more money and get wealthy, and as fast as possible, without using their money or credit.
Is that a good plan?
At first, I didn't believe what I was seeing. I'm a believer now.
The number one biggest killer of a career or a financial independence is located between this earlobe and this earlobe. It's called fear. And our whole objective is to help them get over that fear.
In terms of fear of real estate, I have no fears now.
This event is unique because we've assembled a very qualified faculty. In addition to me, they all do what they say, they have years of experience, and they got a teacher's heart. When we do this event, we create a massive networking environment where people can come and create relationships from all over the country, all over North America, that they would never have if they didn't come to this event. When they come here, a lot of them take money home with them because we give away a lot of cash at these things. But more importantly, we process their deals for them, and they go home. And you know, we just don't even do deals that make less than about $20,000, and from there we go up.
And what makes it so different is he guides you A through Z, all the steps that are involved.
Because we do it right in front of their face so they can see how it's not that hard. We make live seller calls here. Once they see it happen in real life, they cannot doubt it anymore, especially if it's their deal we're calling.
They're walking you through it. They're essentially holding your hand through it.
People bring us leads. It's kind of a deal-a-thon.
Gene, I'm here with Bill, my business partner.
I was blown away by it. It was just amazing.
I want them to feel like they can do it. I want them to have hope, and I want them to have the confidence to go out and implement the few things they have to do to change their life.
You know, I always wanted to be a self-starter, but the hump for me was the information, the tactics, the techniques, and just that last little push. So I came here to get over that hump, and I feel like I have, and I'm going to destroy that hump now.
When you don't have to think about money day in and day out, you are financially free. That's my definition of success. I often run across people today who for some reason, don't think that they can do the business of real estate. And then I relate to my story. I'm 35 years old. I'm working in a service station. I have no retirement. I have no bank account. My wife is not working. It's just me. I have no previous education. I had to struggle to get through the 12th grade. I have no formal training whatsoever. And yet somehow I came from that to where I am today. And I look at all of the excuses people come up with on why they can't do it. And you know, I often tell my students, there's only one way you can get good at anything. First, you gotta suck. So if you qualify for there, you're in the right position. Suck first, get better every day. Next thing you know, you're the expert. And it really don't make any difference what business you're in, the same thing is going to apply. All started with a washing machine. Back in 1982, I'd already been married 17 years. I had 4 children. And my wife came to me one day and said, honey, the washing machine is broke. Would you buy me a new one? And I said, no, we can't afford it. We argued, we continued arguing. We went to bed mad that night. And I remember, like it was yesterday, I woke up in the middle of the night and I said to myself, what an idiot. What an idiot. Married 17 years and you can't even buy your wife a new washing machine to wash your clothes with. It bothered me to the point where I got up the next morning and I made the conscious decision right then and there, I'm not doing this for the rest of my life. At that time I was working in a service station. Even though I was managing it, I was barely making a living. And that's when I started looking and I found an ad that said, come learn how to buy real estate with no money or credit. That appealed to me because I had neither of those. And I went down to check it out. And even though I had no experience and I didn't understand most of what I was hearing, I picked up one thing that I did understand. And it wasn't 3 weeks after that seminar that I picked up my first check for $3,000. And as I look back, I almost didn't go to that seminar because J.R. Ewing, Dallas, was on TV that night. And he was my hero. And I didn't have TiVo, I couldn't tape it. So it was a hard decision for me. I mean, it's funny now, but it was a hard decision then. Something compelled me to go. And how many times do you think I've asked myself since, what if I'd have watched JR that night and hadn't went to that seminar? What would I be doing today?
Okie dokie. All right, we're back. Next thing we're going to do is you guys are going to give away $100.
All right. So what we're going to do, everybody in the comment section, if you're on with us on Ring Central event, not watching on YouTube or Facebook, you got to be registered and watching on our platform here. Type in #win in the comment section, and that will automatically register you. We'll give you a minute or so to go ahead and do that.
Okay. So we're not ready to draw right now?
I can, I got a couple more questions that we can cover while they're
shoot
typing in. All right. Figure I get them because this is about to push all their questions way up. Oh, sorry. I think, why doesn't the link email this morning allow me to see the video of this event? How do I correct that? I mean, if you're typing your question here, then you're in the right place. So maybe, I think John sent you a message so you can get a little bit more detail there on what problem you're having there. Pamela, please put the Sheraton address up on the board. You do have to be registered, Pamela, and that's sent to you as soon as you register. So go ahead and give a course advisor a call, or we'll have them give you a call if you don't call in. Let me see. Walter says, did not receive the email you spoke about this morning. You had to have gotten it to get on this event this morning. So I do think you got it. It was just down underneath the join link. There was a link there to also view information on the levels of Dreams Pro. Rory says, a married couple owns a home. Should the title be set up as tenants by the entirety for the greatest protection?
Depends on what state you're in. Go on Google and ask Google what states honor tenants by the entirety, and that'll give you the answer right quick. If you're not in one of those states, and it won't do you any good.
All right. I think that's all of our questions. I see a lot of people commenting. #win.
We are ready to draw, Ron.
Okay, fire away. All right. Walter's the winner. I'm not going to try that last name. Okay.
All right, Walter, we're going to put that phone number up for you. Give them a call.
Got 10 minutes. Guys, did Bruce call? Do you know? Yes? Okay. All right. Who says you can't get paid going to a seminar? All right. That's all the questions. I'm ready to get moving on the second part. There you go. Okay. I know that this is a question that we get asked a lot from people who are brand new to terms, or some people call it creative real estate. That's what we used to call it way back in the early 80s, but we use the same kind of terms we used in the early 80s. Yeah, things change, times change, laws change, economy changes, but these techniques have been around for a long, long time. Most of the people that I learned from are long gone now. So you got me, better get all you can get. The answer is actually several. John, it's not moving for me. There we go. Anybody who has to have all of their cash now and can't sell it unless they do is a waste of your time to try to convert terms. And if you look at the script, if you have them, it asks them, do they want to hear about other options? And then they say no. Okay, that's a good indication they want all the cash. But we still go on to ask them, well, what would your price be if we paid you all cash? Even though it'd be very, very rare you ever got a number to make any reason for you to continue or not. Because remember, I'm mostly dealing with houses in good areas and in good shape, and they're not going to sell it to you for a deeply discounted wholesale price like we buy junkers. It's not. So I'm only dealing with people who show interest in working out a terms deal. Now, the one we got on Cormorant,
Yep.
literally, she told us she's okay with terms. I mean, she told you that the first time you talked to her, or was that on the PI?
I went through the script the first time we talked to her. This was a call from a piece of mail.
Yeah.
So when I called her back, I went over what terms was. And she said, "I never heard of this. This might be something I could."
You really hadn't?
No, she said she had never really knew you could sell a house that way, and it might fit her what they're looking to do. And that's where the conversation started there. So just evolved from there.
Okay, well, there you go. It's a prime example. In case you guys don't know it, we actually do this stuff. All right, so they need to sell more than they need to cash. Now remember, let's go back to the first terms deal I showed you. It had a debt of $351, and that's what I bought it for. Seller didn't get anything. Seller will never get anything, because I structured it that when I make their payment to the bank, when I make a payment to the bank, that the same principal and interest that I'm paying, I did on wraparound mortgage. Geez, I'm sorry I brought this up now. Now I can explain what that is. My attorney created a $351,000 wraparound mortgage that wraps around their $351,000. My principal and interest payment is exactly the same as theirs. So my wrap to them is paying down exactly the same as their debt underneath. And that thing's paid down quite a bit since then, in 10 years. These are the kind of terms that I've created that I got in your boot camp manual. I learned over the years, save you a ton of money. So back to the point, if they need cash and you can't talk them out of it, don't feel bad about it. It's not your fault. It's their fault. It's just you're not going to be able to work with them. Remember, most sellers are worthless to you. So we're going to take the top of the funnel and load it with sellers and narrow it down to the people that answer the questions correct, that we think are worth moving forward. Then we're going to go to the appointment script. Then hopefully we're going to get an appointment and go to the house. That's how it works. You're going to lose most of your sellers up front. So make sure you're clear on that. You're not going to get them past the script, the closing script. We're only working with the ones that we're going to get past that script. Now that I've said that, I'll say it again. Tomorrow, you're going to see Dreams Pro AI. And think about it. When I'm sending mail pieces to different types of sellers and they contact me, that's a quality lead. A quantity lead is when I'm chasing them, like I'm chasing people that advertise their house on the internet. So the more quality leads you get, the less calls you're going to make, the more deals you're going to get. On the other hand, there's a lot of deals in those quantity leads. Just got to call more people. Therefore, good reason to delegate to somebody else and let them do it. But honestly, you need to do it yourself, because you're going to have to talk to the seller somewhere down the line anyway. And if that petrifies you, you just might as well get over it. How do you fix any fear? You just plunge in and do it until you're not afraid of it anymore. In this case, you got a script. All you got to do is get good at reading a script. And when I see you, I'm going to give you 14 mistakes that people make, and everybody makes them. And I've never had a single student ever come to me that didn't have to fix the way they talk on that closing script. And it ain't that hard to fix. First, you got to recognize the mistakes you're making. Things like you talk too much, you talk too fast, you beg, you don't use the script, you get off the script, and all these things that people do. And in my experience, the more experience they've had as a sales career coming before me, the harder it is to convert them, because they think they got all the answers, and they get on the phone and they make several of the 14 mistakes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You have to listen to your recordings and take it seriously, honestly.
Yeah. You got a mic on?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So we give them stress relief. People trying to sell their house, just like Kathy, like we're talking about, she was stressed.
Yep.
She was stressed. She didn't want to let on. You know, she figured she was a great negotiator. By the way, we only got 5-year balloon on that deal.
We did. Yeah.
You know, I tried hard to get a 10-year balloon, but honestly, not that hard.
Yeah.
Not that hard. And I'm going to tell you why. I shouldn't be telling you this at your stage of the game because you're going to say, he's a crook. I'm not a crook. First of all, I'll never put a gun to anybody's head and say, sign it or you're dead. And I do examine worst case scenarios. Before I do anything, I ask myself, how can I lose? Okay, so let's take this 5-year balloon. Suppose a tenant buyer hasn't cashed me out by the end of the 5 years. Now listen closely what I'm about to say. Don't misconstrue it, okay? At the end of 5 years, if the seller isn't paid off, they've got two choices. They can either tell me they want the house back, and if they do, I'll gladly give it to them. I made a ton of money on it over 5 years. If I can't do what I said I was going to do, I'm happy to give it back to them. And incidentally, that may be the best thing that could happen to them. What's going to happen to the debt in 5 years? What's going to happen to the value? Up. I did them a big favor. I took care of the house for 5 years. Now they get it back worth more than it was when they sold it to me. Secondly, they can extend the term. Now they're in Las Vegas and I'm in Jacksonville. What do you think they're going to do? Well, we don't know for sure, do we? But on the other hand, I didn't guarantee any debt. Nowhere on my credit does this debt show. I had bought it in land trust and I didn't sign anything personally. So I've set myself up. What's the worst can happen? I haven't paid her off. Now the choice is up to her. You want the house or do you want to continue the term? And in other words, there's nothing she could do except foreclose on the house. And honestly, there's no way I'd let her foreclose. There's no need to it. Just let me know and you got it back. That's all. You guys think about that for a while, but it's going to take me a while to get you to the point to where you worry about all this stuff you shouldn't even be worried about. If you set yourself up correctly up front, you have to worry about any of this stuff. Debt relief. That's exactly what she got. She got a debt relief. I'm making the payment she's been making, which will change a little because my insurance is way more expensive than hers. But there's still a big old cash flow in that house if we took this one. By the way, if this lady is willing to pay $3,500, I know that's what the market will pay.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
I said from the very beginning, I know this thing will do a $3,000 rent. Most any $500,000 house will. And this is a pretty good sized house, wasn't it? 26,
almost 2,700 square feet.
Yeah. Stress relief, debt relief, and then the next, embarrassed to show. And house needs work, very close to the same thing because it's not ready to sell. Maybe it smells like cat urine. Maybe they try to list it with a realtor and the realtor wanted them to get it fixed up a little bit first. I mean, I'm not talking about it's a major rehab, but maybe the carpet needs to be replaced. Maybe there's some paint need to be done and all these things that'll stop buyers from buying it. And some people just don't want to have realtors calling them and tell them to get their house ready to show. And it's not ready to show. It needs some work. So did this one. Needs a little bit of stuff on it. I don't know what we did to it. I know we had to go and clean it up.
Yeah, basically just deep clean it. That's
all. Remove a couch.
Yeah, a couple mattresses and a couch were in there.
Yeah. So they're embarrassed. Not only that, they just get tired of realtors calling them and say, we want to show the house. Now, also, I'm protecting their credit. And every time I make a payment, it shows on her credit report. Remember, folks, their name is on the loan. The credit stays in their name till this house is cashed out. It's not on my loan. It's not my debt. Morally, it is because I agreed to pay it. Technically and legally, it is not my debt. I hope that sinks in. Sometimes you just don't want to work with realtors. So if you're going to ask this, you got to ask why do they do this? Why? I learned a long time ago to quit asking why. It don't matter why. And also to quit prejudging people and assuming that they won't do what you ask them to do. And there's no reason for you not doing it except you assume that they won't do it. And that's a big mistake. We don't know what the seller wants to do unless we give them something to think about and the choices that they can make. That's it. So, there's a lot of people that don't mind taking terms. The majority will not, period. And you're going to ask me next, so how do I know which one will take terms? You don't. You never will till you read the script and get the answers. But don't assume anything. Let the seller make the decision. And again, let the seller make you the offer. They do get, well, some of our ads say full price for your house. Now, I'm sure that scares you. even more, I'm sure the word cash scares you. Okay. All of our ads have cash in them. Some of them have full price for your house. In fact, I got a sign back here. Oh, I think I do. Yeah, I'm right here. Look at that. Ain't it a miracle? Can they see that? All right. That's our sign. It says full price for your house, phone number. Now, you're thinking, that mean you got to pay them what they're asking? No, I don't mean that at all. The seller says, what do you mean full price? Well, that's whatever you and I agree upon. And that's full price, isn't it? Cash. You put the word cash in your advertisement. Does that mean you got to pay cash for every house that people call you on? No, but it'll get more people to call you. Remember, the script says sometimes we pay cash, but it's way below what we could pay if we buy it on terms. They're not required to move. Better put these two down because this very well might be one of the seller's hot buttons right here. In fact, Kathy was very excited when we told her she didn't have to clean out the house.
Yep. That and
they already cleaned out most of it.
Yep.
Yep. And not required to move immediately. Her husband stayed in the house for 1 or 2 weeks after we bought it.
Big deal.
I don't care. Somebody needs to watch the place anyway. Not to mention, she gave me two. Let me see. We bought this thing in October. So she's making November payment, December payment. I'm starting in January.
Yes, sir.
That one was a little tough to.
I was surprised.
You wouldn't have done it.
I would not have done that. I would have done it.
And again, 75% of the time, you're just making a payment that's already on the house. The seller's not getting anything. And yes, I make it directly to the bank. Remember this one? I pay the bank on the $351,000 loan. You don't negotiate, you read scripts. Sellers make you an offer. That's very important that you internalize that here today. The sellers make you an offer. So Ron, how many sellers will actually take terms over a cash out? That's like asking me, Ron, what's a house cost? And it's always going to depend on A, the individual making the call, B, the motivation of the seller that you're calling, and the better you get at that calling thing, the more deals you're going to get out of the less leads. And then there's the follow-up.
Yep.
Describe the follow-up for me, please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, most of any deals, our deals come between that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th touch, right? Touch being a phone call, voicemail, or text, or something like that. Very rarely do you get a call where someone's, "Hey, I'm ready to sell. Come over tomorrow. Get the contract." Okay. Yeah. I wish it were that easy. You got to develop some rapport and really just be consistent in reaching out, because follow-up calls are like pieces of mail, right? They get them so often, just being top of mind, because you can't force someone to sell. But when they make that decision that they're ready to sell, I want to be the one that comes to mind. I've talked to Adel 4 or 5 times. He's been in touch. He's a nice guy, blah, blah, blah. So
therefore, you have to keep dripping on them.
Yes.
And when the seller's ready, you're likely the one that's going to get the contact from them. And if you're not there, somebody else is going to get it. So that's what your Dreams Pro AI is going to do for you. It's going to do the follow-up for you as far as email goes. You just set it on the front end and forget it.
Yep.
6 different letters if you set it up that way.
The email drip, you can go up to 25, but the actual letter sequential mail, up to 5, I think it is.
Yeah, so it'll actually do the sequential mailing for you. You just got to set it up on the front end. How far apart do you want these mailings, and what do you want them to get in the mail? I mean, I don't care if you send them the same thing 6 times a month apart, because they ain't gonna remember what they got a month ago anyway. Like I'm telling him all the time, it ain't about trying to get perfect on your message, your piece, whatever. It's about getting in their hands. As long as they know you buy a house and how to reach you, that's frankly all it needs to do to trigger them to sell to you, or at least call you. And then you got a website, and just a few questions on it. Same questions at Pat Live. Ask them if they call.
Yes, sir.
So if they call, Pat, our answering service takes a call and ask a few questions, and then they come to us, and then we send them to the VA to get the PI sheet filled out, and then we make the closing call when we get the PI sheet in front of us. And by the way, I don't care what it says, whatever it says, they're still going to get a call.
Yep.
And then if there's any hope whatsoever, they're going to get put in the follow-up system. Now, what if you call them and say they just sold their house? There's no need to follow up. You're buying their house. Or what if they called and they just listed it? Well, you might trigger it to start hounding them about in the 5th month or so. But in other words, whatever the situation is with a seller is going to tell you about how far apart they're. Now, what if you find out they're 3 weeks away from a foreclosure sale? Okay, I better not be a month apart. I think you get the message. So you set the system and it automatically contacts them. And then we got skip tracing.
Yes.
All right. When, in fact, tell them what you're doing right now, taken away from tomorrow, but you made a deal with a guy named Nicholas Nick.
Yes, sir.
Who does nothing but cold calling.
Cold calling, texting.
And texting.
Yes, sir.
So you pulled a list on Dreams.
Yep.
1,200.
It was 12,000 records. Yep.
Okay. He's going to call all of them.
Yep.
Cold call all of them. Text all of them. Skip trace all of them.
Yep.
Get as many as he can on the phone. So you did the easy part by picking the list. He's doing the hard part.
Doing all the work.
By calling 12,000. I just called 12,000 people. Okay.
Yeah.
Some of them have listed houses. Some of them sold their house. Probably half of them won't even pick up the telephone, which is why our virtual assistants make 3 attempts before they give up on that.
Yep.
But even then, we're not done.
Correct.
Okay. Now we put them in there and we hit them with email and then we hit them with text. And we do everything we can to get them to respond. And I'm telling you right now, you'll get as many people to respond on your text as you will anything.
More, actually.
And where a lot of them a lot of them just won't pick up the phone when we try to call them, just like you do, just like I do.
On the texting, I started doing a respond 1 if the house is sold. Respond 2 if you're looking to sell within the month.
Well, that's cool.
Reply 3 if you just need more, you still want to sell but need more time. I mean, people respond.
Or 4, you don't ever want me to contact you again.
Hey, that's a good one. I could add that. Hey, 4, buzz off. You buzz off or whatever.
Was it buzz off or was there enough in the way?
Probably, yeah.
It never ceases to amaze me how some people get so upset about something so simple.
It is crazy. Yeah.
Every time you get a nasty letter back, you got one.
People had to write letters back. I'm like, geez, even all this time, you could just give me a call.
Why don't you just throw it in the trash?
Right? Yeah.
All right. So I don't know how many it's going to take. It really depends on the quality of your list and how you good are on the telephone. It's really that simple. Some of my most successful clients, students, get 1 out of 7, 1 out of 10. People who run Facebook ads, which most of them do, paid ads now.
Yeah.
1 out of 7, 1 out of 10 is normal. But then that's people know how to
they got everything dialed in.
And then that's even before you do the follow-up.
Correct.
Following up with a quality list is probably the most important asset you have in your business. How many are yes and no? I don't know. Again, that depends. Yes or no is coming from the VA. They check yes or no. Most of them are no's. About 25% of them are yes, which means they're willing to listen to something other than all cash. Please do not assume that no means no. No means keep bugging me till I say yes. Any salesperson will tell you that. In fact, so there's an old axiom in the sales business that you're going to get all of your business or 82% of your business between the 2nd and the 7th contact with your prospect. It's true. The better they get to know you, the more hits they get from you. And I'm not talking about just email now. I'm talking about postcards, email, and text. And even calls.
Yeah, I've been started doing the our audio messages. Like I just record an audio and it automatically sends with my voice, so like they know it's a real person and I'm here. And
like a text.
Yeah, through a text.
Yes, text with an audio. I got it. So how many do you think it'll take per year? I don't know. What if it takes 1 out of 30, which means you really suck. But what if it does? That means you're dealing with quantity leads. Suppose you want to replace your job. Your $80,000 job or your $80,000 net business. And I'm telling you right now, very few of the small businesses out there in the world today will even net $80,000 a year, especially if it's a restaurant, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, you might get by with paying $80,000. Yeah. I lost money on every single restaurant I've ever had. You know that?
I did not know that, but
everyone
I believe it.
everyone.
It is hard.
Now, let's suppose that your average deal will net you at least 20 grand. And now that's including wholesale deals. You won't get 20 grand out of all your wholesale deals. On the other hand, you get way more than 20 grand on nice houses in nice areas on terms. And we're just talking about the front end now. We're not talking about any monthly cash flow or the back end or any of those other goodies I showed you a while ago. So if you get 4 houses a year that net you 20 grand, you just replaced an $80,000 a year job. And you have just turned a part-time business into a full-time income. And of course, I can tell you what's going to happen when you get to the point to where you make 80 grand. You're going to want more, and that's okay. Your deals can get bigger and your number of deals can get, 4 a year, gee, 4 a year, that's pathetic. I've had months in my life in the past where we did 10 a month, and all I had was an acquisitionist, my personal assistant, and one assistant for the acquisitionist. So again, it's all up to you. You want to just do a few, take some pressure off of you, build a nice retirement, or whether you want to get serious and be a real estate business and not just a real estate investor. You don't have to talk to that many people. Let's say it takes 30 leads a deal. That means you only need 120 leads in a whole year. And that means only 10 a month, 10 leads a month. How many leads you get a week on the average?
Probably 10 with the Facebook stuff now. Probably 8.
See,
8 to 10.
you can work a week, take 3 weeks off. No, not really. In a few days, you really can't get more than 10 leads in a few days. In fact, I'm going to show you in my boot camp all kinds of ways to get leads for free. And sometimes when you take the free leads and you add them to leads, you spend a little money on them. Remember, the overall total of what it costs. And honestly, what they cost is irrelevant if you turn them into deals. All right, so there's your income streams. You might want to take a picture of that screen just to remind yourself where the real money is. Right there. Non-refundable deposits, that's what everybody wants to get on the front end. That's your immediate payday. Cash flow is your residual income that I want everybody to build. I would build that to the point where it replaces your job. Then you can decide if you want to keep your job or not, or business. Get free equity. I never pay retail price for a house, not even with terms. And then you get the debt pay down, which a lot of people ignore until they look back a few years and ask them, wow, this thing is paid down that much. And then you get the depreciation. And I can tell you how you can figure that. Take your purchase price of the house, subtract what you think the land value is, which is 10 to 15%, and divide the rest, which is your basis, by 27 and a half years. And that's how much money you get to write off every single year that you own that property. So that's a free gift from the IRS. Doesn't cost you anything to get depreciation, but it does save you taxes. Appreciation. You all know houses go up, houses go down. I just ask you to go take a look back 50 years. Just look what happened in the last 50 years. In 2000, after 2008, they went down. We dropped 40% right here in Florida, and many other states did in the Sun Belt as well. But then again, what happened after that? I can tell you that in the last 2 years alone, there are many, many, many properties in this country that have doubled in value in a short period of time, even though they went up slower prior to that. We don't ever know. I don't know if we're ever going to have another economy like we had when the values were going up so fast. Right now, we have a housing shortage throughout the country, serious housing shortage, which is the only thing propping up the real estate business. And now, frankly, in my opinion, now that we got a Republican government, I don't think you need to be looking at any kind of recession in the near future. And I think we're going to see a big boom in the economy coming up. The man's done it once. Why does anybody think he can do it again? And that's what caused this appreciation thing, was this housing shortage. Fast, they go up fast. The one I showed you, that house worth about $700,000 now. And, I bought it for $351 10 short years ago. So don't take the appreciation for granted. And then the forfeited deposits. I haven't told you this, but most of my buyers never buy the house. They just don't. Nothing that I did. All kinds of reasons before you ask. Maybe they got divorced. Maybe they had to move out of this town. Maybe they got sick. Maybe the woman the husband was living with wasn't exactly his wife, and his wife caught him. I've had two of those. Two of those, yeah. So many reasons why they don't buy, or maybe they just decided they can't afford the house after paying for it for 2 years. So I don't ask why. Why? I don't know why. I don't care why. I don't even ask why anymore, because it doesn't matter. Now they move, their choice. They forfeit their deposit. They knew that going in, written in blood when the attorney did the paperwork for them. But by the way, they pay for the attorney, the tenant buyers. And I don't even think I've told you that when they get in that house, they're responsible for all of the repairs, as long as they're in it. And that's big deal, because that means you ain't gonna get calls to unplug toilets or fix broken pipes. In other words, there's my golden geese that I don't want to give up. May the golden goose live forever. And I sometimes watch these gurus on TV, or these nurus, talk about flip, get check. They never stop to think about what's next, what's tomorrow. And I can tell you, when all of the wholesalers been at it a few years, they all ask themselves the same question. They look back and say, what if I'd have just kept most of those houses? I'd be so rich, they couldn't weigh the money. I mean, they couldn't count it. They have to weigh the money. So when I started the same way, flip. And over time, I learned the real money is in not flipping. How do you find these sellers? Well, there's all kinds of ways to find the sellers. I've got 3 days of it on the bonus for your quick start school. And tomorrow, he's going to show you the latest and the greatest technology to find sellers. And I'll say it again, that's not what all I want you to do. Okay. There's a few things that you should be doing on top of that. In fact, Adel, why don't you take a minute and tell us what you're doing in addition to working on Dreams Pro?
The Dreams Pro, then we're sending out those check letters still.
That's a letter that looks like a check inside of it.
Yep.
And it is. Of course, it's a fake check.
Fake check.
The company that sends them puts a number on them that you'll pay cash for that.
Correct. It said, if you sell me your house, you can get this much for, basically.
Yeah, and that works pretty good.
It does, yeah. People at least call.
The first time I heard about that, I thought to myself, that's stupid. How's anybody going to know what I'm going to pay for a house? And then I realized that, I've been teaching marketing for about 30 years now. I realized, dude, dumbass. The whole purpose of the thing is to get them to call you. That's all it's for.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what that check says. So anyway, you've had success with that.
Yep.
I know you've had success with probate mailers.
Yep, probate mail has always been a good one.
To put out some signs. They weren't successful as you would like for them to be.
Yeah.
We put out flyers. And we put out door hangers.
Yep.
Like this.
Yep.
Here's one we put out, both sides, full price for your house, and there's all the benefits right there. More on the other questions answered on the other side.
Yep.
And you put those out. You put 1,000 at a time out on a Saturday morning with 4 kids.
I did.
Going up and down the streets. At the same time, you put these out. By the way, 5,000 of these cost $550 to get printed. And same time you put those out, put these out. Right?
Yep.
So you put the kids out on both sides of the street, pick them up 2-3 blocks down the street, and stick signs up where you can find places to stick them. Also looking for vacant, ugly houses while you're out there. Take pictures of them. Come back and let Dreams Pro skip trace them for you, and get on the phone and call them and start sending them letters if you can't reach them.
Yep. I'm trying to get some people to put them out on the nicer neighborhood. We usually put them on the middle or the lower end. Since we have Cormorant, I'm trying to get the crew back together and put them out there.
Neighborhoods, nicer neighborhoods. We do need to do more mailing.
Yeah.
Because nicer neighborhood, the less time them signs are going to stay up.
That's true.
Yeah. Still doesn't stop us to putting the door hangers.
Yeah, no.
And U.S. Post Office will put flyers in their mailboxes for you really cheap.
Yep.
So all kinds of things that you're going to learn how to find deals other than what we're going to show you tomorrow. So why are these houses so easy to sell? It's a 5-letter word. Terms. If I can offer terms, it's 10 times easier to sell than somebody has to go to the bank, qualify for a loan. Not to mention, it's 10 times faster because you are the loan committee. And you got to know that when I put a tenant buyer in a house, because it's another question that I know you need answered. Why would anybody come to me? Why don't they just go to the bank? And the answer is because the bank will throw them out. They can't qualify for a loan. That's why. And they know it. And that's why so many of them are attracted to us with the words, no bank qualifying and lease purchase. They're the unique selling propositions that drive in the calls big time. So we got them all. Remember, that's 70% of the market right there that want to buy houses. We got them all. Let the realtors and the builders compete with the ones that's got good credit. So, and I always raise the price. When I put a lease option tenant buyer in a house, number one, I want a bare minimum of 5% down, usually get more. Or when I rehab a house and put it on the market, I always raise the price 5 to 10%. I learned a long time ago that I can come down a lot easier than I can go up. Okay. So build in some negotiating room there because people are going to want to beat you down. You know, understand Spain with wholesaling, especially.
Oh gosh. So I dread selling houses, to be honest with you. I'd much rather talk to sellers and try to sell to buyers. But yeah, they're definitely going to tell you it's a tear down or you're overpriced or what are you thinking? You know, they'll make you question yourself, honestly, especially at the beginning.
Yeah. Of course, you know, all these buyers that do these rehabs, they learn, a lot of them learn from me. And they have been taught to get the price down. What's the least you can take? You know? So anyway, when you pay the right price for a house and then you put a good number on it that makes sense for your buyers, you'll have no problem getting rid of wholesale houses. They'll beat you to death.
Yeah.
So how do we find buyers? We don't do much. So, we don't even put up signs anymore. We used to put up signs. We don't even do that anymore. But we do use the internet heavily.
Yep.
And all free stuff most of the time, which we've mentioned, Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, Facebook, Craigslist, Turbo Tenant.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, our VAs will do all that for you.
Yep.
They'll even build that page that's got your house on it with the photos in it and all the description of the house and what to do when they read this. They'll build all that for you. You don't have to do all that. So, I mean, you got to furnish them the copy and the pictures, but they do the rest. We used to put pointer signs out like that. We don't even do it in this market. We don't do it. When it's slow market, we did it. Put 15 to 20 of them out there, pointing to the house.
That for ours here.
Yeah. Huh?
I did that for the Cormorant. I put those out.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I put about 12 all around the entrance and kind of guiding to the house and one in front of the house as well.
You know where you put them?
I mean, I have an idea. I don't have an exact location, but
write this down, guys. Simple. No, ronlegrand.com/crew.
Crew, yeah.
That'll take you to simplecrew.com. So you put out a sign, you open the app, punch it, puts a dot on the map everywhere you put up.
I've actually used it before. I didn't even think about doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Automation. Now watch this. Here's how it works. If they're calling on the phone, they should be calling Pat Live. Pat Live has a very short script. And as soon as they take the call, they text it to you. If they're going on your site, pretty much the same script on a form they fill out, and it comes to you. So either way, you're not spending your life taking calls from people, sellers or buyers, that a lot of are a waste of time. Now, when they call to sell you a house, the address and what they're asking, and I forgot how to contact you and all that's all you need. And then your VA calls and fills out the sheet. Same thing we do with buyers. And when buyers call you, they call Pat Live. Pat Live asks them the two biggest questions. What's the most you can put down? And what's the most you can pay per month? That tells you whether you even need to call the buyers or not. Because if they got no money, why bother with them? But if they got some money, you want to call them. And I give you a script to talk to them with. And then there's a page where you plug in the answers. That's what he's doing right now. So you don't ever talk to a buyer until you know what they can put down, what they can pay per month. That takes away probably 90% of your calls to buyers right then and there. When they do have information that you like, then you call them. If they got some money, you call them. If they got 25 grand, you call them immediately. I mean, immediately. Okay. The more money they got, the more the urgency is in calling them. And then when you call them, you write down my script, and then you find out how much they can come up with. And then if you like your answers, then you give them the lockbox code to the house, which you get at Lowe's.
Yep.
And we set ours at 0000. Yeah. We can always remember that combination. And so now, if we like what we hear, we call them, we screen them somewhat on the phone, we make sure that they act like they're real. And now we know who we're working with, and now we give them the lockbox code to the house, which means there ain't very many people going through your house, because not, and 90% of them aren't even worth you giving the lockbox code to. So the days are gone when I got to go out and show a house every time somebody calls me and tells me they want it. Pre-screening saves an awful lot of gas money. Now, when they get to the house, I'm telling you right now, they're going to love it for the most part. And if they don't, the next one will. In my experience, if the house is ready to sell and I'm selling on a lease purchase, there ain't more than 2 or 3 people going to look at that house and it's going to be gone. And of course, that biggest criteria is how much money they got to put down. So we're going to show, you'll see tomorrow that we provide you with a website and a CRM right on the Dreams Pro AI system. It's all built into that now. So you don't have to be running around all over the planet. You don't have to be looking for this piece and this piece. It's all done for you in there on Planet Ron. All you got to do is plug and play and generate leads and handle a closing call. After that, it gets very easy. You're only calling buyers because they got some money. And you heard Al say earlier, see, I trained him very clearly. Don't you ever let the number come out of your mouth that you'll accept for rent or that you'll accept for down payment. Never. And that, a lot of people are programmed the opposite.
Yep.
First thing you want to do is blot out a number. The minute you blot out a number, then you've lost the negotiation from then on. It's amazing what people will give you if you just let them. Shut up and ask them, what do you got to work with? What's the least you would take for the house? Nobody's got to show houses. And the big mistake is to name the down payment or the monthly payment. Everybody does it, but not if they're well trained by me. Because you're not going to get a $50,000 down payment if you put it in the ad that that's what they need. You're not going to get any calls. You should be in and out in any terms deal or wholesale deal in less than 30 days. When did we buy Comer?
We
might be pushing 30 days now.
We closed on it. Well, we got under contract right before October 1st, and then we had a couple storms come through. That's what delayed those. Yeah, those 2 storms.
Couldn't get insurance.
Yeah, but it was about 21 days or so. I would say that one was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, you better get on the ball and get a buyer. I won't be able to say this anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Of course, we're all dealing with a $500,000 house.
Yeah.
The student is ready. The teacher has appeared. That'd be us. When I think back and think of all the stuff that I used to do, it makes me nauseous. I used to spend all day, every day doing stupid crap that I thought you had to do this business, sucked up my time. And I know that's a normal thing for people to do. I get it, especially for us men, because we have this thing called testosterone, and the last thing we're ever going to do is follow instructions. So that's too bad, because if you just follow my instructions, you'll get there a whole lot faster. Ask Mr. Jay Connor. And that's the reason he told me. He just went home and did what I asked him to do. So you're going to get educated by paying those who are qualified a very small amount of money and time, or going out and do it on your own in School of Hard Knocks and paying the biggest price, period. Or you're not going to do anything. And to be honest, that's exactly what most people do, is nothing, which is why, they're not rich. By the way, I've been rich and I've been broke. Broke sucks. Rich is a whole lot better. My wife will tell you, if you don't think money buys happiness, you don't know where to shop. Every time I do one of these events, which is once a month, I'm constantly adding stuff, constantly changing stuff, and updating it. So, I mean, if you've been to this event 2 years ago, you haven't been to this event. So I let people come back for free for a year because everybody needs continuing education. It's really that simple. And I'll tell you right now, you're not going to get it all the first go around. 4 days of me is like drinking out of a fire hose, but you'll get enough to get out there and get to work. You come back, go through it again. I can tell you that the most successful people that I have been working with have been to that event at least 2, 3, 4 times to get to a level where they're, in fact, I think of Clayton Massey, one of our mentors now, a minister, and he doesn't live in, he lives in Kentucky, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He told us that his highest year that he got paid as a minister was, what did he say? 29,000, I think.
Something like that, 29, 30,000.
That's the best year he ever had. He got in real estate and literally became a millionaire within his first 2 years. And he's got 8 kids, so he needed to get some money coming in.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. He's also one of our mentors. Late man, he still preaches. Here's a reason, foolish reason, not to register here today when I'm giving you this once in a lifetime deal, and that's the money. If the money is what's stopping you, one could say, isn't that the reason you need to walk over broken glass to get there? It's all about getting more money in your life. And it's a very small investment today. It's literally half of what it was this time last year. I lowered the price because we're not in the best times. People got inflation, they got these high costs and everything they do. So I did what we could do to help you adjust for that, but don't think that's going to last. When this market starts turning around, my prices are going right back up there where they were. And if you can't raise it, I just said that. We can finance you. We can finance you. I ain't going to pull your credit. I don't care what your credit looks like. In fact, I hope it sucks. Then you won't be tempted to use it and violate Ron's rules. And just call it and let us help you. And money's the only reason you haven't said yes. That's a temporary condition. There's a big difference between broke and poor. I don't know that I could help you if you were poor. I know I can help you if you're broke. We all were broke. You should see me when I started. I didn't have anything. I didn't have a working wife. I didn't have an IRA. I only had one low-paying job. We didn't have any extra money ever. We had to go to the grocery store 3 times a week just because we couldn't go once a week, didn't have the money. Always worried about money. I lost a lot of kids' time with my kids because I was so busy trying to make a living, which most people really are. So busy making a living, they don't have time to make any real money. The vehicle you choose from here on up will determine whether you're going to make it or not. So you can write this one down. If you ever want to be rich, you have to put yourself in a position to do so. People out here running these brick and mortar businesses, they're glued to their business. Their life is sucked up into their business, kind of like restaurant owners, working their butt off, making a meager living. I get it. I used to be one of those. And that's not how you're going to get rich in America. That's just not. Jay Conner is a great example of that. You'll find him at our 4-day event. He will teach you how he uses his foreclosure system to get a 50% response rate on the letters he sends. And half of his business comes from people in foreclosure. He'll teach you how to get private money, all you need to do what he does, buy and fix houses, because that's really the only reason you need private money. And he's going to be working with me on how to sell houses, not to mention he's going to be working with you on the whole time that you're here, and you never had a nicer guy in your life than Jay Conner. So if you're serious, you want to get one-on-one help, I can help you. For 6 months, you'll get a personal mentor like Adel here, like Clayton, like 7 others that we have. They're all hand-selected by me, and they got a great personality and a servant's heart. Quick Start is where you get trained. Mentoring is where you start doing deals and implementing the stuff and the sources that you got at the Quick Start School or before. You're going to get a 30-minute call every week with your mentor, pre-scheduled, to talk about your deals that you're generating. And in fact, if you need to talk about generating those deals and what you should be doing, that might be up front one of your first few calls. Your mentor will go through your leads with you. They will keep you from throwing away deals. And that's actually human nature, whether you know it or not. In my experience, see if you agree, sometimes people come into this business and they work hard not to get deals.
Correct. Yeah.
Because now they got to get out of their comfort zone. So they just pick it apart and think of a reason why they shouldn't get a hold of the seller or whatever. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to help you stop doing. Under no circumstances do I ever want you to present a contract to a seller unless our mentors looked at it first, because there's a 100% chance it needs to be fixed. 100%. I've never had a student come in that can fill out the contract correctly, even though they're all in your manual, even though I go over them for you, and even though I got you an on-demand thing about your contracts. There's something. In fact, as early as this morning, I looked at a contract for one of my students. So I'll do that for you. Happy to do it. It's going to save you from losing deals. And get this, when I get you to the boot camp, I'm going to give you an assignment to go home and make some practice calls with my 14 mistakes in front of you and get better. And when you feel like you've gotten better, then I'm going to ask you to tape record a couple of calls of real sellers and send them to your mentor to critique for you. And they'll send you back the critique. Probably just get you on the phone and tell you the stuff that you haven't fixed yet. And frankly, we do everything we can to force you to get checks. 6 months. And they've been there. All of my mentors have been mentored. So they know what the problems you are. What do you think the biggest problem that you have working? What stops most people right up front?
Everyone always goes back to the phone. I think everything starts with the phone for the most part. That's usually the number one thing that people try to avoid. They start texting. They'll try the emails. They'll even call agents. I have had students who just start calling on market because they don't want to talk to sellers. So just getting that, and also just having the proper expectation that sometimes it does take some time to get used to it, to learn the script, to overcome a few things. So
you ain't gonna get a check by next Thursday.
Correct.
And it's like any other business. It's things you have to learn the basics. And then as you implement them, you're going to learn more, which is why you need somebody right beside you to help you shave a lot of years off your learning curve. They didn't have mentors when I started. I mean, they didn't have systems when I started. They didn't even have the internet when I started. Al Gore hadn't invented it yet. So you guys are lucky. Mentoring is $16,995 financed, $14,995 paid in full. But we got some goodies on that. So what's the worst can happen if you say yes right now? The worst can happen is you won't do anything. And if you're not going to do anything, then you don't need mentoring. I'll tell you that right now. If you're not going to do anything, you don't need to get trained. You need to go find whatever else you want to do in life. And because I'm not going to sit here and tell you just because you're enrolled, you're going to get a check. Ain't going to work that way. Yeah. Like any business. Show me a business where you didn't have to start by learning the craft. I used to say, you don't learn how to run a restaurant by eating there. You got to get with the people who are qualified to tell you what needs to get done and tell you where all the black holes are and help you grow faster than you will trying to figure everything out on your own. Honestly, there's not a whole lot for you to figure out here because we've already done it for you and provided you with the outsources to make it work for you. Implementation. You can also use your IRA or your 401k, as long as you're in control of 401k. Your IRA can't write Global a check because we're not an accredited university, but you can withdraw from your IRA and then write Global a check. If you're under 59 and a half, you'll have to pay taxes on that withdrawal. Maybe, and maybe not. You don't have to pay taxes on your contributions when you withdraw, and you do have to pay taxes if it's a profit. So we teach people to get a Roth IRA and how to use it correctly so that you don't ever have to pay taxes on anything you do within it. It's all part of your training. So you can take a withdrawal, write Global a check, and charge off. You get to deduct the cost of the training, whether you're under 59 or over 59 and a half. So it's a wash. What better thing for you to do with your IRA than paying for your lifetime education to show you how to make many, many, many times more in your IRA than you will live to ever contribute to it? I don't care what you contribute. You don't need much in it to start, because all you need to write out of your IRA is earnest money deposits. And you can flip contracts till the cows come home without, and all that money's got to go in your IRA tax free. Very, very important that you learn this along with the other techniques you're going to learn in real estate, because I can tell you tax free money grows a whole lot faster than tax money. Pay by check or wire on mentoring, and I'll take $500 off. And I'll give you till the end of next week to get the rest of the money in here after you buy it and put a deposit down on it today. And frankly, right now is the perfect time to get into mentoring, because I got a boot camp coming up on the 19th. Today is the 7th. Plenty of time for you to get in it, get plenty of leads going, especially what I'm going to show you tomorrow. And then the mentor is there. Now, when you get to the boot camp, mentor might even be there, because some of them are at all of them. And afterwards, if you can bring a bunch of leads to the boot camp, we generate some deals for you. Now you got your mentor to work with after you leave the boot camp, and you don't have a big gap there getting your mentor and getting setting up. So if you can pay by check or wire, save $500 instead of using a credit card. Because if you use a credit card, then we got to pay a credit card fee. So I just soon you have it than the merchant account companies have it. Got to have a deposit today. So just call a number 800-567-6128, and they'll go over all the other details with you. Now, if you're a Gold Club member, many of you are, and if you pay in full, you can use up to 2,000 Gold Club points. That's $1 a point. If you're not a member, we'll show you how to be a member tomorrow. That's a very minimum thing you need to do, is become a Gold Club member. If you're going to finance the mentoring, you can use up to 1,000 Gold Club points, $1,000. Again, we finance you, no interest, no credit check, flexible on the down payment, flexible on the term. That's a lot of money, Ron. Yep. There's my wife's Navigator. $92,000 for a Ford. And what happens to that Ford as time goes on? It's worth less and less and less and less. And what happens to your education? It gets worth more and more and more and more. That's not a very good use of money right there. But when you've been married as long as I have, you do what you're told. By the way, you want to know the secret to a long marriage? Do you? Do you?
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Well, in my case, it's that I've been gone a lot. But the secret to a long marriage is establish quickly who's the boss. And guys, don't for a minute think it's you. Okay. What's the secret to a long marriage, Debbie?
The wife is always right.
Yeah. I have a hard time with that one.
Yeah.
We can get off of that subject. There's a trip we took to Italy. And I'm telling you, it cost us more money to take this trip to Italy than mentoring and Quick Start School cost you combined. And now what do we got for it? We got some photos. Got some photos that are in a box somewhere, never to be heard from again. When you actually take the time to get trained properly, you're going to grow and grow and grow. And I can't tell you how many multimillionaires have come just from that 4-day event. And I'm going to do everything I can to get you there. I just can't do it for you. I bring you to bear, you're going to have skinny. One deal, pay for mentoring and boot camp. One deal. Here's how you can get it for free. When you get into the mentoring program, and after you've been to Quick Start, you want to partner on a deal because you don't have the money, come to Papa. I'm always looking for partners, especially on single family houses. I do the same thing in commercial, but with single family houses, first thing I'm going to do is try to talk you out of it. Because if you're coming to me just because you need a little bit of money, I'm thinking can probably help you figure out where you're going to get that little bit of money and keep 100% of the profits. If you come to me, it's a 75-25 split, but then I put up all the money. And you get 25%, which honestly, you don't deserve or earn because you've done nothing but bring me a lead. That's all you've done. But, I've been doing this for quite a while, and I love working with students. And I'll be working with you personally with your mentor. You got to be in the mentoring for me to partner with you because they're going to do they're going to do the back and forth work and help you with the deal on a daily basis. And I get involved whenever we all feel the need. On our first deal together, out of the profits, you get the first money off the top that you paid for your mentoring, whether you finance it or whether you paid it in full. You save $2,000 paying it in full. That comes off the top. Then we split the proceeds. So that's a way for you not only get it back, but make some money. And to tell you the truth, I'm not going to do a deal with you. We can't net at least $30,000-$40,000 off of. Even if I don't make any money on the first one, you get yours back. So it's free. And it's in my best interest to help you get reimbursed because maybe then, why would I do a deal with you guys anyway? What on earth would be the reason? The answer is greed. Okay. Don't forget who gets the 75. It ain't hard. It ain't hard for you to figure out why I want you to send me deals. But I love working with students who are aggressive enough to bring some deals to the table. And frankly, when you get into a deal, we should easily be out within 60 days. By the way, I'm not gonna help you rehab a house. Oh, that is one thing that if you're going to rehab a house and you get an estimate from your contractor, I want to see that estimate along with the contractor's phone number. I'll save you more on that job than you ever going to pay for Quick Start. Got 30 days to change your mentors. If you don't like the first one, you will. They're all servant's heart. You can pause and restart if you need to. And all of them are fun and easy to work with, or I wouldn't even brought them on to begin with. They all run their own businesses. They've all been through what you're going to go through. And don't forget the IRS, mentoring is totally tax deductible. So you know what that means? I don't know. Let's say you're in a 25% bracket. Well, the government just paid 25% of your training for you. If you get mentoring today and you pay in full, I'm going to comp you to the next business management boot camp coming up in April. That's a 3-day event where we focus on, you guessed it, business management. We're going to cover everything you would think we would cover in this event, including hiring and firing, and delegating, home versus office. Should I be a company or should I be an individual? And just for the record, in my experience, you should be an individual. People want to work with an individual more than they want to work with a company. Working with your spouse or not working with your spouse, both of those are correct. In my case, the only correct answer is not working with your spouse.
I would agree.
Okay.
I would agree.
Same answer. All right. That doesn't mean your spouse can't be part of your business, but working with them day to day would not be something I could handle. But on the other hand, I got a lot of couples that are great working together. Maintaining focus, that's a hard one for folks, including me sometimes. I have to force myself to stay focused on something till I get it done. Problem solving. What happens to a business when the owner of the business can't figure out how to solve problems? The answer is it gets stagnant and nothing gets done and nobody wants to work with you anymore. So you've got to be able to handle problem solving. Cash flow management, not that that's important or anything, but it's one of the things that I talk about that people get a lot out of because you don't run a business by what's in your checkbook. And if you're in a negative cash flow, that don't mean you're not making any money. So cash flow management means you need to know what your expenses are going to be before the month happens, not after the month is over, and you'll know at what point you're actually making money. And we have a system for you to do that. Asset protection. Oh yeah, I'll spend some time on that. Entity structuring, asset protection, estate planning, tax reduction, all part of your training. And I teach it all. And you're going to learn a lot of stuff in there you'll not learn from another human being. And replacing yourself. In fact, that's what it's all about. Get to the point to where you don't need to show up to work every day. If you've got a business that you have to show up to work for, your business sucks. You need to get another business or fix that one. We have weekly group calls. Adel does a weekly group call every Thursday for mentoring students only, which means you have to have been through Quick Start. And then I do a monthly group call as well, and just added those. Can't get mentoring without going to Quick Start first, because I won't let you, because I'd be taking your money from you and you'd be pissed at me. Can't get to college and skip high school. In other words, you have to have the training before you start the implementation. It won't work any other way. Nobody can mentor you without you getting the basic training first. Oh, they can take your money, and at the end, you got nothing. So if you have attended Quick Start in the last 3 years, and you register for mentoring here, I'm going to waive the $500 return fee that I would charge after your first year. Just make sure they know that when you call in. Or after a repeat visit after a year is free with mentoring. That's what I'm trying to say. And you don't have to start now just because you register now. I mean, my goodness, though, why not? What a great time to get started before next year starts. So let's do it together. But I'm going to need your help. I can't do it alone. There's your numbers if you want to screenshot it. Don't forget you get 2,000 points if you pay it in full with check, wire, or credit card, or whatever. And you also get the weekly calls, monthly call. And I'm also going to give you my personal cell and email that you can contact me anytime. I talked to 2 students this morning. I actually answered the telephone. Besides, I'm pretty much retired. I got nothing else to do. He's doing all the work. I'm just a pretty face in his outfit. And I'll be your transaction coordinator, and I can't impress upon you how important that is to you. So implementation power days. In a few minutes that we got to try to tell them what that's all about. Take a picture of this screen because you're the first people to know about it. This is a 2-day event that you're going to come to Jacksonville into this room. And during that 2 days, we're not going to teach you how to do this stuff. We're going to help you get this stuff done. You're going to bring your laptop, and we're going to set up your system if it hasn't already been set up. We've got VAs here to help. And that's why I can only take 20 entities, 20 period. Because not only are we going to get your Dreams Pro set up and running, but we're also going to train you on it. John, can I have the PowerPoint, please? We're also going to train you on it and help you do things like, while you're here, we're going to help you pull your own qualified sellers list, which you're going to see him do tomorrow. It's going to be on your computer when you leave. All right. We'll make your own videos for you to put on all the free sites like, YouTube and all of the free channels where you can put a free video on. You're going to make them while you're here. How long does it think it takes to make a 60-second video? You need a minute? Answer 60 seconds, but you're going to have to do it 3 or 4 times to get it right. So you're going to leave with a mailing list. You're going to leave with Dream set up. And we're going to help you make your own videos. And then we're going to help you write ads and place the ads. And then Adel's going to teach you even how to put paid Facebook ads up and paid Google ads up. And we always get leads from that. Yep. So in fact, they should be posted before you even leave this building. Then we're going to practice closing calls. We're going to practice it as a group. and everybody's going to make closing call, and the rest of the room is going to critique you. And don't worry, you'll never see him again. Don't worry about it. You might see him again, actually. And then we're going to get to another weak spot is contracts. I teach contracts in the boot camp. I've got it on tape, but we're going to actually do them in class. You're going to be filling out contracts, and we're going to be critiquing them. And there's really only 2 or 3 different contracts you need to fill out. They're all the same contract, but 2 or 3 different ways, depending on what kind of property you're buying. So you're going to get a lot better at that. And then we're going to make sure you know how to get to the real R, because we're going to do real R's for you. That's a after repaired value while you're in the class. We're going to put it up here on the board, and you're going to decide what comps to use to get to the real R, and a bunch more, a bunch more. And now, again, 20 couples. We can use up to 40 people, but not everybody's going to bring a spouse or whatever. But we're done at 20, so that's 20 laptops in the room. And so we have to know how much help it takes to, one person couldn't possibly handle 20. So you're going to leave with your system set up on your laptop, or in fact, doing business before you even leave here. And you're going to learn a lot about this Dreams Pro. In fact, he's going to show you what it'll do tomorrow, but we got ongoing training on that Dreams Pro as we go as well. And again, your VAs will be here to help you anything else that you need. So why am I showing you all of this? The answer is, give me my screen back again, that this event is scheduled 6 times next year, and it's $1,995 each per couple, 6 times, all here in Jacksonville. You can see the first one is going to be in February. What great timing for you. And we already covered all that, I guess. I forgot I put it on here. All right. And it's $19.95 a couple, and you're going to get lunch both days. For crying out loud, what more do you want than a free lunch? But $500 discount for veterans and first responders. We're down to $14.95 for you folks. And it's free with full pay mentoring. That's a $2,000 gift for you. And I've never offered that to anybody else before. Of course, this whole event, we did one here a few weeks ago. I selected 5 couples, and they came here and we had a hell of a 2 days. I mean, it was valuable to them. So I know you're going to want to do this, but if you get mentoring and pay for it in full today, I'm going to give it to you because I want you to have it. If not, you can still buy it for $19.95 or $14.95, whichever is applicable to you. So is it your time to have a turning point? Everybody has a turning point sometime in their life. Mine was March 12, 1982, when I attended my first real estate seminar. I knew it was a scam, had to be a scam. No way buy houses for no money, no way, no way. So I sat through a 2-hour thing, which put me into a 2-day thing. And I had to borrow money to get to it. And by the time I got out of there, man, I was on fire. And again, I got my first check within 3 weeks. And that's the most important check I've ever got in my life. Because I could have done like most other people, gone home, done nothing. That's the easy thing to do. I get out there and implement some of the stuff. And frankly, I didn't have a clue what most stuff he was talking about, but I picked up on that wholesale thing. And that's how I got my first check within 3 weeks. And after that, I called my boss and I said, I'm upping my income, up yours. I haven't had a job. I make a terrible employee. I shouldn't be talking like this in front of Adel. So can a marginal decision change your life? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. We don't get up in any morning and say, this is going to be the day I change my life. I had no clue what was going to be the outcome of that first event I went to. And, I've told this story 100 times. That first event I went to, I had to miss J.R. Ewing that night on Dallas, my hero. And I know it's funny now. It was a very hard decision for me because we didn't have any way to tape it back then. And, I just didn't want to go a Friday without J.R. I had to have a dose of this rich asshole. So, I look forward to it every week. So it is your time or not. I mean, we make millionaires. Why don't you join us? Got nothing to lose, everything to gain. All right. Questions, sir? Man, my timing is perfect here. We got to give away more money too, don't we? Hit me with the questions and we'll give away more money.
All right. And maybe John can start working on that. What we'll use.
Yeah, well, let's just tell them right now. Go ahead and type in hashtag 100 into the comment section there. If you're watching us on Ring Central Events, if you're watching us on YouTube, click that link in the description and get registered for the event and join us over here so you can join in these things. Is this for? Are we giving out? This is for 300.
100.
100. Okay, sorry, we're confused in here.
You got that phone number up there for him?
Yep. The phone number is up there in the comment, pinned to the top of the comment section. Type in hashtag hashtag 100 and register for the drawing.
All right. I'll take some questions while they're doing that.
All right. Alfonso says, to clarify my previous question about buying a property with my flipper LLC and then selling it with the keeper LLC. The reason for that is I want to be able to buy houses with cash using private money and then selling them with owner financing. So for this scenario, should I just buy the house from the seller with the keeper LLC, even though I'm buying the house with cash?
Yes, but sometimes you don't know until after you bought the property. And you make a decision later, I bought it in the wrong entity. And that's not the end of the world. You just sell it to the other entity. Now, if it's in the year, if you haven't filed tax returns on either entity yet, you don't even have to do all that crap. Just change the books to reflect. And, let's say you bought it for cash out of the B entity, and now you want to flip it, but you put a private loan on it. Well, good. Now you're selling it to the B entity on subject to taking over that loan. But frankly, you don't even have to do that. If you're within the first year, just adjust your books. And, probably should talk to your accountant on the best way to do that, but there's no reason to sell it from one to the other. Good news is it's going to be in the same land trust, regardless of who the beneficial interest is. Now you just got to change the beneficial interest if you're actually moving it from one entity to the other, or just tear up the old one. And that's a beautiful thing about a land trust agreement. It's in your filing cabinet. You can fix it anytime you want. But after you file taxes, don't forget it's on your tax return, and then you really do have to make a sale. All right, what is all this? This is
all right. Mary says, if you are giving them the payments monthly, if the tenant buyer is giving more, then do you give the seller any more monthly? Okay, so if you're making payments to the bank monthly, if the tenant buyer is giving more to you, then do you give the seller any more monthly?
So you're asking me if I'll give up all of my cash flow to my seller. Is that what you're asking me? That's what it sounds like.
I think that's what it sounds like, yeah.
Now, I don't think there is any dumb questions, but that one's coming real close.
Come on.
Why on earth? When you're in business, you're actually supposed to make a profit, not give it all away. And when I do a deal with a seller, we're fixing that number right then and there. I ain't getting any more.
All right. Jade says, how do you actually get probate data? What are we actually looking for?
Get what?
Probate data.
What do you go under?
I usually go to the clerk of the courts for whatever county you're in.
Online.
I do recommend that you at least go up to the courthouse maybe one time and find the public records room. And there's usually a lady in there who needs someone to talk to, and she'll kind of point you in the direction of where everything is at. But from there, you can just do it from home, and you're just looking for whoever filed as the petitioner for the person who deceased, and there's addresses there that you can get from the records.
Make sure you get that lady's name and send her a gift.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Joanna says, regarding the land trust, can I use Wyoming LLC as the owner of LLCC, which is the beneficiary of all the land trusts, and use a separate Wyoming LLC, LLCD as the trustee of all my land trusts?
All right.
I am the owner of both.
You might be forgetting about the Corporate Transparency Act that we've all got to comply with before the end of this year. And basically it says that all LLCs and corporations have to disclose to the government who owns them by the end of this year, or there's some serious fines. So all those games you're playing are really all for naught. If you're trying to keep it a secret who owns the LLCs or whatever, those are gone now. And you're working too hard, you're probably going to work yourself right into a mess. It's not complicated. and everybody wants to make it complicated. House bought in land trust bought in LLC, it really don't matter where that LLC is located. The LLC is not on public record as the owner. They're not coming through to the LLC. They're only going to take what's in the land trust, and that's that one house. If something happens on that one house. And then again, now you got to figure out who's going to own the LLC. And I'm going to tell you that depends on what state you live in and whether you're married or not. And I am not getting any deeper in that one today. We'll cover all that time when we got the adequate time to cover it.
Mike says, is Pat Live the VA system?
No, have nothing to do with each other. Pat Live takes inbound calls. They don't make outbound calls. VAs make outbound calls. They don't take inbound calls, except from you.
Donald said, is the FSBO down on the Gold Club? Already answered that.
FSBO down, yeah. We don't use a company anymore to send us leads every day. Tomorrow, you'll see how we set it up to make sure you get leads that you've chosen the group of sellers you want the leads from. And of course, more of those groups you put in there, you save them, and more groups you get the leads from. But they're quality leads. Remember, any lead you generate on Dreams Pro is quality. They're calling you. That's what you want.
Wesley says, in a terms deal, how do I pay the seller's monthly loan payment directly to the bank without the loan being called?
We pay them directly to the bank, and I've been doing it for 40 years now. And the bank, banks don't bother me. Doing sell clause don't bother me. They're not going to call the loan due just because it transfers unless somebody's making payments on it. Just so you know, the last thing a bank wants is a house. They'd rather have COVID than a house. Internally, it makes a mess out of them, and if they're not careful, they could get to the point where they're defaulted assets to the point to where the government will make them shut down or sell. So some people think that the banks love taking houses back. Nothing could be further from the truth, and almost never do they make a profit by the time they get through the process and get the house resold again, and almost always they lose money. So quit worrying about the due on sale clause, especially when you're not personally guaranteed it and nothing's on your credit report, and there is no way the bank can harm you except try to intimidate you into coming and assuming the loan. Now, if you do that, I'm coming after you. I'm sending Guido after you. He's got a big, ugly stick, and he's always mean because you violated number one rule on Planet Ron. We do not guarantee debt. And assuming a loan means you're personally guaranteeing debt. Come learn the right way. Stay out of trouble. And quit worrying about banks.
All right. If a tenant buyer is in place that will cover the monthly loan amount, how would the payment be paid to the bank?
Oh, come on. You collect rent, you make payment. That's simple. And that'll be in your investor account with all your other properties with tenants in them. Hopefully, when you collect rent, there's more money there than you need to make the payment. That's called positive cash flow. Don't get that backwards.
TC says, to do an assignment with a self-directed Roth IRA, is it important to have the self-directed Roth IRA own an LLC and have the LLC do the assignment?
That's what I would do. Yes. Because let me think that through now. IRA owns LLC. So yes, the contract would probably be in the LLC's name. Yes. And then that LLC would be assigning it. And you're saying, well, not land trust. Well, land trust is not applicable unless you're actually taking title to the property. There is no land trust. It doesn't exist till it's funded with the house. Since you're not going to buy this house, you're going to assign a contract on, then you just use the LLC. I'm sure everybody understood that, right?
I think so.
Okay.
TC again, is there a problem if a fiance or domestic partner is the manager of the LLC that is owned by the Roth IRA?
You can technically manage your own IRA-owned LLC, but I can tell you right now, it's extremely dangerous. In fact, Quest Trust won't even allow you to do that, knowing you're setting yourself up to make a mistake. Not only that, I've been told that the IRS has got people that are now looking for IRA-owned LLCs to audit because they know it's easy money for them. You can't write a check out to you are any of your family up or down, or your spouse's family up or down, none of that money can come out of the IRA owned LLC. None of it. And that includes you can't make any money on anything you do except that which transfers back to your IRA from the profits. And that includes your up and down as well as your spouse's up and down. It does not apply to your brother or sister, or aunts and uncles, and so forth. So just learn the rules. The rules are not hard to learn.
All right. Could you quickly go over how a self-directed Roth IRA works with a LLC, and should a land trust be involved when using a self-directed Roth IRA?
Buy house in land trust. LLC-A is the beneficial interest. Your IRA owns LLC-A. All the business goes through the corporate account, and you're not going back and forth with your administrator. We use directedira.com. Their total annual fee is only $395. And the rest of them that I know of want to charge you a fee based on the asset value of your IRA, which is going to be considerably more.
All right. And then he says, how does it work with a wholesale assignment? And I think you already covered that one. How does it work with a terms deal in Hawaii or anywhere?
How does what work?
Using a self-directed IRA, what
you don't
want
to do a terms deal in your IRA, because if you do, it'll trigger UBIT, unrelated business income tax, and you'll pay taxes on that sale even higher than if you did it outside of your IRA. However, all is not lost. There's a thing called a solo 401k that any of your LLCs can have, as long as husband and wife are the only members. And it does the same thing your Roth IRA does, except that you can actually hold a checkbook and borrow money from it, and it doesn't trigger UBIT. So that directed IRA will set you up one for about $500 a year. It's a very simple pension plan.
So you only recommend using IRAs for assignments like wholesale and properties where you're buying for cash out of your IRA?
With one exception. If a house comes with debt in your Roth, it'll trigger UBIT. Or if you put debt on it, or if your IRA, in other words, you buy a junker and then your IRA borrows the money to fix it or whatever, will trigger UBIT. However, if I lease option a house with terms inside of my IRA and then sell it, that does not trigger UBIT, because that is not considered debt by the IRS.
Okay.
Or I can go over and do it in my solo 401k and still not pay taxes.
Wesley says, in a terms deal, how do I pay the seller's monthly loan payment directly to them? I think we answered this one. Yeah, we did. Mike says, Ron, can you do a terms deal with an on-market listing? If so, who pays the agent commission?
I don't even go down that route. There's been a few times when agents came to me, and no, there's no way I'd pay their full commission. It's going to be an easy sale for them. And frankly, I don't even MLS and terms are about like a negative and a positive pole. They just don't go together. Realtors screw up the deals and they want to get paid for some reason.
Yep.
All right. TC says, does Hawaii require the disclosure of the beneficiaries of a land trust?
I have no idea. Why don't you ask Google or your attorney or title company or anybody else? I don't live in Hawaii.
Would a transfer on death document be publicly available for anyone to see the names contained in the document?
Anything that's recorded is available to the public.
TC again says, if a non-owner occupied property, formerly a rental in Hawaii without an outstanding mortgage, is placed in a land trust and you sell it, who would the title company make the check out to, and how would taxation work?
That's a good question, actually. They're going to want to make it out to the land trust. So you need to have that question answered up front before you do business with that title company. And maybe you can get them to make it out to the land trust or your name. And then it only takes one of you to sign it, and that'd be you. And that has been a problem for a few folks. Worst case, you have to go open a bank account for your land trust, and you do not want to do that because you're going to need an EIN number to open a bank account, and you don't get an EIN number with your land trust. So just deal with a company And sometimes you just give them a written thing to make the check out to blank, and they'll do that, especially if they're all going to want to see your land trust agreement, which shows who the beneficiary is, so they can make sure that there's no fraud going on there. Beneficiaries have actually given the trustee permission to sign. And that's okay, because once that deed is transferred to the buyer, that trust is dead anyway. It doesn't have any more assets.
All right. Last one I did required a notarized copy of the land trust agreement. So they're not always.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, the last time,
No.
I'm just saying the last time that the title company required a notarized copy.
Oh, I don't know what title company is going to
Right.
required. To tell you the truth, I'm really appalled at the lack of knowledge they have about real estate. That's why I want to see your documents, folks. I'm telling you right now, they're going to screw them up. You'll see why when I look at them.
All right, TC again. If a property is currently in a personal name and not currently rented, but will probably sell it in a few to several months after repairs, should it be placed in a land trust?
Just leave it alone for now and get it sold and get better when you start buying.
Okay. Should an LLC be created first and somehow transfer the property title to a land trust? Then, all right. So I think you can.
You already got it in your name. You're going to sell it. Just finish it and sell it.
Is a non-refundable option deposit taxable as ordinary income, and is it taxed as of the date it's received or when?
That is a very good question that you should ask your CPA. And the answer is probably yes, because it is non-refundable. CPA might have a way to get around it.
Pamela says, roughly what should our leads budget be?
Pamela, I can't answer that. I'd have to know what the rest of your budget is. For, what can you afford to put into marketing? At the boot camp, I teach you a whole bunch of ways. You get leads for free. And then there's ways that cost very little money, like putting these signs up, putting these door hangers out, stuff like that. In fact, it's going to cost very little money on Dreams Pro tomorrow because your mailing list is going to be small. So it's not about how much you should spend. It's about what you should be doing to spend the less to get the best results out of it. And I can't answer that till you get trained, because you're going to have to decide what's best for you. How much are we spending a day on running ads on Facebook?
$20 a day between two different campaigns.
We're spending $20 a day, $10 a day each.
Yes, sir.
Between two, and look at that, $20 a day, 7 days.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's every day. Yeah.
So we spend $140 a week, and he's getting calls. If you don't do anything with that, for crying out loud, that'll get you some deals.
Doris says, will there be taxes on personal belongings in estate on death? I've been asked to be an executor of an estate, house owned by HUD, house full of artwork and antiques.
That's a question for your CPA. Depends on what state you live in.
Pennsylvania. Jennifer says, how can new mentoring students get that great deal for implementation days?
New mentoring students? What did we decide? New mentoring students, meaning when? I mean, what's the definition of new? I guess that means you bought before today. I don't think, Nick, have we thought that one through? I don't remember the answer to that.
We usually don't think things through.
Says who? I think I'm through. That was a nasty, rude comment. How long you been around, Nick?
This is my 18th year.
Okay, I'm worried about your 20th. Comments like that.
I said we. I didn't say you.
I don't know. To tell you what, call in and give them how to reach you, and we'll get you back that answer very shortly. But I don't want to open my mouth because we did talk about it, but I don't remember the results. And we're going to take care of you guys. Don't worry about that.
Dora says, how much is implementation days for masters?
How much is what?
Implementation
days for masters.
For masters? Same thing. I don't think we put a number on that yet. Or did we? Now, 1995 is not for masters. And it's not for mentoring either. But I hate to give that information. Maybe you can call Jennifer and ask her, and then we'll do it before we get out here today.
Yeah, I'm sure she's already shared that with your course advisor. So you could give them a call, but we'll find out and we'll make sure they know.
All right.
Let's see. Donna Lisa says, "What is a transaction coordinator versus engineer?"
I look at all your documents, but getting in and getting out, looking for errors that your title companies and attorneys are making. And then quickly tell you what those errors are. And if you want me to, I mean, you can call your attorney and let him or her know what they are. I'm telling you, I had to write some language for my own attorney yesterday. I mean, he didn't force me to, but I check everything. When I'm doing a real estate closing, I check everything. I don't trust them to get anything right.
All right. And what is a transaction engineer?
I don't know what. Imagine they're the same thing. I don't know.
No, I mean, it's a term that we use. We want you to be a transaction engineer.
Oh, in real
Donna.
estate, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
you're
that-
able to do all kinds of deals, not just one thing.
So whatever kind of house comes your way, you know how to an exit strategy
Yeah.
for
Hey,
it.
we better give away some money, hadn't we?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We do have more questions, but we can do a drawing real quick.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
All right, so everybody typed in hashtag 100, and we are going to go ahead and draw the winner now. Ready? Go. And the winner is Rodney Robinson.
If I was Julie, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, no, I thought it was there too.
Okay, so Rodney, get on that phone and get in here and call right now, man. You got 10 minutes or it's lost.
All right, Rodney, 10 minutes to call into that number, that 800-567-6128. Tell them that you are the winner of the $100 drawing.
All right, next one.
Next one. Pamela says, "Do you?"
I meant the next drawing.
Oh.
All right, so we are doing 3 drawings right now, right? So here's the second $100 winner. Let's go. Winner is Carolyn Mize.
Yeah.
Carolyn Mize.
Congratulations, Carolyn.
Just go ahead and call that number. Tell them you won.
Right now.
For the record, I've seen some names scrolling through. You can only win once during this event.
That's right.
So if your name pops up again, then we're going to draw again. So.
Okay, as long as you can remember them.
All right. Number 3, third winner today.
Fifth one today.
Oh, fifth winner today. Yes.
John Duck.
John Duck is not
He
eligible to
can't
win. Dr. Larry.
Cool.
Yeah, we know Dr. Larry.
Yeah.
Dr. Larry is the last winner for today. Make sure you guys are on time tomorrow because there's a chance we might be giving away another $100 right on time for everybody who shows up on time at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow.
There's not a chance. I can guarantee it. That all of them?
That's our last winner.
Okay, let's get the rest of these questions answered and we'll take a break for today.
All right. Pamela says, "Do you ever get the title for a property?"
Do I ever get the title? What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe she's asking like physical, like paper title in hand. I'm not sure what the question is.
No, the deed is recorded on public records and then mailed to you. So yeah, you get a physical deed.
All right. Kevin says, "Can you use escrow serve to have the tenant buyer pay them and escrow serve make the payment to the bank?"
Yes, that's what they do nationwide. That's ESCRO SERV. $15 a month. Last time I checked, $50 setup fee.
Eddie says, "Do VAs call the list generated by AI from Dreams Pro so they
No.
can fill out the lead sheet?"
No, VAs are at this point are not going to call any list you send in here. We are looking at whether we want to do that or not. And we'll let everybody know when we come to a conclusion.
Johnny says, "Are we able to use a brother or sister who does not live with us as our trustee for signing purposes?"
Yes. Doesn't matter if they live with you or not. Brother and sister's not in that protected lineage.
Kevin says, can you have the tenant buyer pay escrow serve and then pay the? Okay, I think we already answered that.
You can have the tenant buyer pay escrow serve, yes. But, you know, how much trouble is it just to collect a payment and make a payment on a house? I mean, one thing about escrow serve now, if you set an account up with them, they're not going to just write a check when they get a check. That front check's going to have to clear before they're going to write a check. And that could be a 2-week delay. And that could mean that the late penalties are going to be accrued on that loan at the bank. So if you're going to use them, you really ought to get a month ahead on the payments.
I can tell you if you're going to sell on owner financing, it's definitely a good idea to have them. I thought that would be pretty easy, but then, you know, if the payment comes in a little bit late or whatever, and just how those payments are applied and having to give them a 1099 or 1098 at the end of the year, it's all.
Yeah, they do that. But again, it's not an instant payment to the bank.
Right.
It's an almost certain late fee.
Dave says, for Quick Start grads, where is the best place to send our documents for you to peruse?
Tish at legrandprojects.com. And I'm going to check and make sure you're a grad now before I look at them. So don't pull any shenanigans on us.
Looks like that's it. We got Doris. Did all the winners call in? As far as we know, yes. We'll find out tomorrow
If they don't, we'll add it to tomorrow's too.
Yep. All right. That is it for today, Ron.
All right. Well, thank you guys for spending a few hours with me today. We'll see you at 11 o'clock a.m. now tomorrow. And Ben, if you're going to be excited about this Dreams Pro thing when you see it, because it solves a lot of problems that people have in real estate today. So get some rest and I'll see you in the morning.
I'm Dominic and this is Giselle, my wife.
So we've been on Planet Ron for about 6 months now, and we're in the mastermind and mentorship program, and so far absolutely loving all the benefits that it comes with. We're currently at the 2-day experience, and we've learned so much in a short amount of time, really honing in specifically on key factors that can improve not only our execution of phone calls and development of lead generations and incorporating the programs that he offers into our system, but also the relationships that we've created has been, I think, for me, one of the best things that we've gotten from this.
We've done one deal so far. We actually closed yesterday, and we have a couple in the works right now, one actually from this conference.
We're currently part-time investors working our way to full-time. We're both business owners and we have a farm, so there's a lot to juggle in our lives to make this possible for us. But the outcome that we see for our future is going to be possible because of this program and because of what we're implementing in real estate. And as experienced entrepreneurs, we've tried and seen a lot of different paths that you can take to get to financial freedom, and we believe this is the one that's right for us.
Definitely had some aha moments. Working on the phones, actually really looking forward to the contract next part after we're done here. Have you had any aha moments?
I think my biggest takeaway moment from here so far has been in the execution of our phone call scripting and how to make that more personable and not feel like we're robots, and really scripting that out. So Ron gives little tidbits here and there. I don't even know that it's the material he's expecting to give us. It's really just his experience coming out in conversation that is like, oh my gosh, that is a nugget that I can take away. Like, you know, that's the gold, is his experience. And you don't get that unless you have a really close interaction and more conversational experience with him. And that's what this 2-day experience has provided.
So we do have a mentor, Anne. She's been amazing. She helps us once a week. We meet and we go over phone calls and questions, contracts that we're working, but she's been absolutely great. We do have VA services also, and we're actually looking forward to the new Dream software.
I have definitely gained more confidence in being able to script things out with the whole group and getting the feedback on the ways that I can improve my scripting. Just hearing all the other people going through their scripting as well, you're able to identify some of the things that you have done or that you might end up doing. So I've taken tons of notes on how to improve our scripting and in those phone calls. And I think we're going to be having a lot more success in the future with those leads. So Dominic went to an in-person and I went to the virtual. So we both had cross experiences in that. And I didn't get I am getting the experience here of an in-person event, which I think is more fulfilling. And again, the relationships that you create are fantastic. Those conversations that you can have with people, you're not going to get in the virtual. So I felt kind of like a lone man on an island in the virtual experience. However, the material was still phenomenal. And I like that it was live and not like a recorded webinar that you're just watching, because you still felt a part of it. And the chat groups, you could still engage with people and ask your questions and he would answer them live. So there's a lot of value to being able to have access to that, and it's presented very well. But I think there was a lot more benefit if you can make an in-person meeting just to have the human connection.
Definitely like the hands-on better. With Ron critiquing us on calls and how we formulate deals, it's been invaluable to just have his input.
Has your life changed since coming to Planet One? And if so, how?
It's starting to. We just closed our first deal, so it looks like our future's pretty bright. And we're going to have a lot of opportunities because of this program.
I think the amount of accountability that you get from the program, since we are Mastermind Mentored Program students, is the big key factor in changing not only our lives, but the direction of our business. Because if you're just doing it out there on your own and you don't have anyone guiding you, there's really no way to stay that course. So I think that's kind of one of the more important reasons why you'd want to be a part of Planet Run.
Find Ron online and come back in 2012 and start the program then.
Absolutely. Start sooner. So when would now be a good time to get started?
Awesome. Well, perfect. That's everything that I got for you guys. You guys did awesome.
Hadaway from Castle Rock, Colorado. We're in Jacksonville, Florida at Ron's two-day event. Yep, I joined Planet Ron back in 2015, so I've been with them now for just shy of 10 years, and I'm a multimillionaire because of all my investments in real estate. I'm a part-time investor. I invest in real estate and have for about the last 15 years on my days off from my full-time job, which is for the fire department. Yeah, I've done right about a dozen deals. I've bought numerous properties with no money down, and actually I was at Ron's Real Estate Summit, which was virtual in August, and his assistant, Adel, called a seller for me and ended up closing that deal September 1st, and I've got that property listed right now. I bought it with no money down, and I think I'm going to get a $30,000 non-refundable option deposit. I'm looking at about a $500 to $700 a month spread, and then on the back end, if they cash me out within about the first 5 years, I'm looking at least a $20,000 back end due to the difference in the principal pay down. I always get a lot more out of it when it's a smaller group. It's more personable. There's more interaction with the instructor, and there's just a much better, ratio. The aha moments that I had that have been reinforced, or getting out there and implementing everything that Ron teaches, taking massive action. You don't have to be perfect. You just need to do the stuff, and eventually you're going to meet with success. One of the things that's helped me back in times past is the need to be perfect and have answers to everything, and it's totally not necessary. You don't need to have answers to everything. You need to go out there and good old-fashioned trial and error, learn as you go, and make course adjustments as you go, and then eventually you're going to have success. But if you're not trying and you're not making offers, then you're not going to get any offers accepted. In person, I always take a lot more away, and if I can ever be in person, that's always going to be my preference, because I can ask instructor questions live and in person and get that feedback. I'm there with other students who are interested in this business and doing the business. I can pick their brains and have conversations. Other people around me are asking questions, and I can learn from all that stuff. And at home, there's always distractions. There might be somebody at the front door. Somebody might call you. You might take a few extra minutes on a break and go do some chores around the house, and you just don't have all those distractions when you're at a live event. So I much prefer the live event. I would have certainly got with a mentor earlier on, and I would have taken more action and disregarded the belief that I needed to be perfect and have all this stuff down pat before I went out and started making creative offers. Well, as Ron said, generate leads, master the closing call, follow up, and just implement everything that you already know.
Hi, my name is Michael Brooks, and I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm down in Jacksonville, Florida on a two-day experience with Ron LeGrand. I've been on Planet Ron probably for about 10 years now. Well, right now I just retired. I had a career in law enforcement, and I retired in June, and now during that period of time I was investing part-time, but now I am investing full-time in real estate. Yes, I've done deals part-time over the period of 10 years, probably about 50 to 60 deals. Yeah, I would say about 5 or 6 a year. It was very interesting because I've been to some of Ron's camps that are his events that are much larger. This was very good because we took time with each individual to go through lead generation, how you do your closing scripts, how do you talk. We're going to discuss contracts, and it was very good in the sense that you could take the time to really get involved and into the intimate details about it. Most of the time it's just small things. The scripts that he gives you on what to say, what not to, and probably most important, what not to say, how to talk to sellers, how to talk to buyers in order to get the best results. You don't think about these things when you're on your own, but then when they're brought to your attention, you go, wow, this is why I shouldn't say this, or this is why I should say this. That's been the biggest aha moments for me. You know, you're learned as you grow up, you know the traditional real estate transactions, he opens so many more strategies that you can do in order to be successful in the real estate business that you just don't know about. I currently have a mentor, and that's Barbara LeGrand, and she's wonderful. She does a great job. We meet every week. She pushes me, and she makes me continually work, which I'm grateful for that. I also have the VA services, and for the price that they charge and the things that they do, it's been wonderful. So I do have both of them, and I utilize them as much as I can. Oh yes, yeah. You know, I'm a little older, so I'm not a big social media guy, but creating the ads and them showing me how to put it onto Facebook and TikTok, you know, it did kind of force me to get into a world that I really am uncomfortable with. And it gives me the confidence to continue doing it and to keep trying it. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I've gained confidence in that aspect. It's changed because it's shown me so many possibilities of how to create a lifestyle that's much better than I had. You know, I have 2 children, they're grown, and at the time I was a police officer making $30,000 a year, and I'm thinking about sending them to private schools and to college, and I'm thinking, where am I going to get chunks of money? Because I couldn't have a salary that afforded to do that. So I started looking. I found Ron and his planet, and it's allowed me to access that and to get chunks of money so that I can do the things that I want and need to do. Start earlier. No, just it's been such a wild ride. It's been such a learning experience. It's a whole nother world, another perspective, but it's a good perspective. I really, you know, now I'm in later stages of my life, so now my focus is on my son and my grandson and how to incorporate all these things that he teaches into their life so that it makes their life better. So we're talking generational stuff.
Hi, we're Tony and Angie Stewart from Reynoldsburg, Ohio, right outside Columbus.
We're at the 2-day experience with Ron LeGrand.
Right now, we're investing part-time. We definitely look forward to being full-time investors, and we feel confident that with what we got here this weekend, we're well on our way. As far as deals that we've done together as a couple, we have not yet done a deal as a couple. Years ago, I was involved with real estate and did some things, but as a couple, we have not yet had our first deal. But we feel very confident that as a result of this experience, you're going to start doing deals. And one of the big reasons why, you know, it's sort of like a course correction. You know, you can get information, but if you're not having that periodic update to let you know that you're on course, sometimes you can veer off and be somewhere totally different than where you planned to be in the first place. This weekend has been that course correction. Yes, we did. To this event, we brought 6 different leads, and one is definitely a potential deal for sure. So I'm looking forward to getting back home and following up with this person. The mentors here did a great job of calling, being diligent, texting, to really make sure they contacted those people and walk them through the script process that Ron teaches. So we're looking forward to working with them. I tell you, it was such a blessing to be able to do this and to be here with them. Now, enjoy, I'm not sure if enjoy is the right word. There were definitely pieces of enjoyment, but it's sort of like a workout. If it doesn't hurt a little bit, you're not doing it right. So there were times that we felt challenged. There's things right from the beginning to the very end where we said, hey, listen, we got to go back and do things different and do things at a higher level. So is it exciting? Yes. Is it always like a walk in the park? No. What do you think, honey?
I think that's pretty accurate. It was challenging at times, and then some things were refreshers.
Yes.
But like Tony said, the most important thing was the course correction that we received.
You know, it's funny because when you go through Ron LeGrand's Quick Start, you learn so much information. And there's another video out there floating of me doing a testimonial where I said that I was going to hang on to that book and read it. That was that my Bible was going to be in one hand and this book was going to be in the other. And I've stayed pretty true to that. I've gone back to that quick start manual again and again. But coming here and now having applied some of that stuff and seeing what, how it works in real life, coming back here, the aha moments were, there were things that I thought I was applying correctly and I wasn't. I was doing the work, but like I just told Ron a few minutes ago, I had the ladder, but it was against the wrong building. And I was climbing real good. It was amazing. People were rocking. Look at the guy climb, but it was against the wrong building. Now Ron's got me on the right building, and we're excited about what's to come. We love the fact that we've been able to plug in with so many of the resources that are available here at Global Publishing. We do have a VA. We also we use Pat Live, of course, as Ron. We've tried to take the system that he says and put those different pieces and give in part in place. So, yeah, that's it, right? Yeah.
Right. The ad standpoint was very interesting. It was challenging at first, and then we had to figure out our way to do it so that it seemed more natural and more genuine, and we were able to figure that out. But we are very glad for that push to do it, because now we have an ad up on YouTube, which we didn't have before. So we're very thankful for being able to do that.
Yeah. And when it comes to actually using the script and so forth, sometimes there's a cockiness that comes because it's the same old script, you've read it before, but blah, 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 blah. And to have the master critique it and say, this is how you can make it better, that was one of those, workout rep things where it's not so painful, but you love the result, right? No one loves going to the gym, but everyone's happy when they're leaving. Well, I feel the same way. I didn't love being under that scrutiny, but I love the fact that it's given me confidence to be more effective on my game. So.
It definitely helps with the blind spots.
Yes.
Because you get into a routine and get stuck there, and then having a third party come in and look at it, especially Ron, look at it and say, this needs to be corrected because you're doing this wrong. That was very helpful and encouraging at the same time, because then you can go someplace from there. Like, it would be different if it was, you're doing it great, we can't figure out what's going on, but having him come to say, you need to change this, then we can go from there.
And the plus is, I believe that you need to approach this with, number one, a teachable spirit, and then number two, humility. Humility to say that you don't have all the answers, regardless of what your background is, whether you had a sales background or corporate background or no background at all, really. If you come here with a teachable spirit, you can win with great teachers. Yes, we did a virtual event, and we did everything that we were told to do. We sequestered ourselves, we really paid attention and everything. It doesn't hold a candle to being here in person. And being able to not only learn from Ron, which is huge, but learn from other folks in the room. I just sat in a room with people and I told them, and this is a quote, you guys are my heroes. Why? Because we see the results they're getting in all parts of the country. And it's an encouragement to you that you wouldn't get if you were just sitting home behind a computer screen. Now, understand this. And I'm an introvert. You might not know it because I'm running my mouth like this. But I'm an introvert, and we love being at home. We love sequestering ourselves, and we love just to be able to learn and take advantage of technology that allows us to do that. And that's a blessing. But to also have the opportunity to sit here under the master himself and spend time pressing flesh with him and learning from him, and like I said, other students, there's just an added value to that. So.
And for me, I would say virtual is great. However, when you're here, you can ask those quick follow-up questions that you really can't virtually. And that was the big difference for me, because I was able to say, oh, just a minute, or like, can I ask a question, get some clarification, and then the actual application, the practice application that we did, using the Dreams Pro, that was very, very insightful and helpful too, because again, I was able to ask those immediate follow-up questions, which you don't get virtually.
That's right. This has been a life-changing experience for me, and I'll let Angie share hers as well. But for me, even though I had an experience years ago with real estate, to come here, and number one, Ron is someone who's committed to staying fresh and what's happening now, what's working now. I just had dinner with him last night, and I was able to tell him that what I appreciate about him so much is that unlike a lot of these folks out there, he's been around for up cycles, down cycles. He has the longevity. So regardless of what happens in our economy, he knows how to navigate through it because he's lived through it and been successful. He's a survivor, and we appreciate that. Well, he's given that to us, and what I appreciate is he's created a framework where, again, if you have that teachable spirit and you have that humility and you're willing to learn and apply, yeah, it's life-changing because you have something that you may not have had when you first walked through the door. Maybe you were intimidated by all the information coming at you and so forth and so on, but at the end of the day, you have hope. You have hope that you can make a difference in your life and maybe even change your family tree because of the information that you learn here and the fact that you can now go on and be empowered to not have to just take it out there, but you can actually be a change maker in your own life.
And I appreciate the way that Ron teaches because he does teach differently than others, and it's very simple, easy to understand, and if there's any doubt or questions that you have, he's very approachable to ask anything that you need to get clarification on. And that's not always out there in mentorship or programs like that. You can pay a fee and they kind of let you survive on your own. And with Ron, he's really interested in our success, and you can feel that. I know that it's genuine.
Well, it's easy for me to do it sooner.
Exactly.
To do it sooner. You know, I've had the opportunity all my life that I've been chasing after a certain dream of freedom and impact. And I've gotten different levels of success in doing so. But to have had the opportunity, even in years or decades ago, to get under the tutelage of Ron LeGrand, man, it just makes me, whenever I hear about or I see someone who's younger here, who's just getting a hold of this information, I just feel so happy for them. A little envious, I gotta admit, but I feel so happy for them because I know that if they stay the course, if they just stay plugged in, man, what a future they have ahead of them. You know, I really hope that people understand what a gift we have in life, that we have him here and that we have the ability to learn. It's not something to be taken for granted. He's here, he's alive, he's right here with us. And I think, you know, years from now, decades from now, people will be reading his books and they'll be listening to videos that he made years and years ago. And that will be fine. And I think he'll still even, the value that he adds to this world will outlive him. But yet, now, right now, we have the ability to spend time with the Godfather live. And I encourage you to do that.
Same.
Actually,
I can't imagine the feeling that you would have if you hit the lottery, if you know, the publisher's clearinghouse came to your door and, you know, you opened the door and there were balloons and stuff outside. You know, I consider myself a pretty cool dude, but I kind of lost my cool when I got that call that said that we were able to come here. You know, the value that we got here, even before we got here, we knew that the value of being able to come here and be in this small group of people and be a part of this 2-day experience, how could you even put a price tag on that? It's truly priceless if you really think about it. If, again, you're willing to take the information, go home and apply it. So when you think of it that way, it was better than treasure because now we can create our treasure and we can get you our treasure. And so I found out, I got the call, and I answered the phone, and they said, "You've been selected." And it was during the summit, like you said, and I was on the phone, and I hung up, and I was like, okay. My heart was beating real fast. Angie was in another part of the house, so I kind of came downstairs and I said, you know, that 2-day experience that Ron LeGrand is having, we're going. And she was just like so elated. Yeah, she was thanking God. It was awesome. So yes, it was a life-changing thing for us, and it's lived up to every thought that we had about how this would be. It's surpassed it because, you know, we had high hopes coming in here. We had high expectations. We drove 15 hours to get here, and one of the big questions we were asking each other as we came down here is, what do you hope to get from it? What do you hope to get from it? We talked back and forth, and I believe, and we haven't had a chance to talk about this yet, that we got everything we asked for and more.
We did.